We are live. Seems like we're live. Boo! Jump scare. Welcome back to another stream with a webcam this time. So hello everyone, I'm Zarfen. I have a webcam today, not only because of narcissism, but also because later today I'm joining Mr. Lama SC on his stream for some Diablo 2 trivia, so I thought I might as well get some webcam practice in before going on someone else's channel. So let me see. Twitch seems live, YouTube seems live. Oh shit, here we go again, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, I still have a little bit of a cold. But it's gonna be fine. You're not green, what the fuck? Yeah. Sorry to disappoint you. I thought about doing some gimmick, maybe have the crown, maybe have a Goblin VTuber, but then again, I am closer to 40 than I am to 30, so I felt a little bit old for gimmicks. Personally. So here is our assassin. How do I want to do this? Because I have done a lot of, or a fair bit of research off stream. And I guess I should also recap our last stream. Hope you have plenty of microwave tea. Oh, I have none. I only have water and Pepsi right now. Webcam practice sounds ambiguous. Yeah, it does. You are the gimmick. I guess my channel is a bit of a gimmick. You look younger than you sound. Oh, thank you, I guess. Lukewarm Pepsi. It's actually very chilled. I will try to remember to turn off the microphone if I cough. Hello everyone, hi. I imagined you a bit older. Well, maybe I shaved today, like a clean shave for the first time in a few months for you guys, so maybe looks are deceiving. Does Deadly Strike work multiplicatively or additively with Tiger Strike? Unfortunately, if you release Tiger Strike with a kick, Liam, then Tiger Strike doesn't work at all. But when you use Tiger Strike, like on the strike with Tiger Strike, then it is a chance to deal double damage. So it is multiplicatively. Happy grind day. Oh yeah, happy Friday to everyone. Hope you're all having a good Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. I was expecting Korean 40 plus. I thought my accent was distinctly Scandinavian. Zarfen webcam before GTA 6. Yeah. But it feels fun. I was a little bit dubious because I haven't, or not dubious, but I haven't had a webcam before, right? But it feels kind of fun. Should we get into the challenge, perhaps? Nice to see you speaking on camera. Oh, hello, TTD. Yeah, it feels a little bit more like I'm actually speaking to you, right? No green skin. Is it problematic if you do green face paint? I'm only surprised because bro is wide in shoulders and he mentioned he's not hitting the gym so often. Liar. Well, I used to be a gym goer, a gym bro, but that's been a while. All right. So I have... Okay, let's recap. We ended last stream by trying to kill Duriel once. And Duriel has around 4k HP. 0 physical resistance, but a very problematic 20 fire resistance. So music on. And let's just go and, for demonstration purposes. Our Dragon Tail deals 900 to 1300. So that tracks, right, for what I said before, that we dealt 25% damage to Duriel. And that seems fair, right? Our average is a little bit higher than 1000, but then the fire damage from Dragon Tail is resisted, so it's only 80%, so 25% seems alright. So we need to... Sorry, I read Rock the C-Pop's message. I forgot I got drunk and passed out last stream. Fell asleep before you got to Duriel. That sounds rough, especially considering it was a Monday. No judgment. So basically, but we hit Duriel once with a charged Dragon Tail and dealt 25%. We need to deal 100%. So we need to 4x our damage to be able to kill Duriel. And that is a problem, of course. So that's some bad news. I have some more good news and some more bad news. Our resistance has pure damage reduction. Yes. So I haven't seen him in chat today, but there was a guy last stream called 80s Face, or called 80s Face, and he insisted several times throughout the stream that I needed more strength and dexterity because that added to the base damage of
can already tell that
kicks.
I'll be your best friend
And I didn't believe him.
Camp.
Thank you, Levathan, so much for the gifted membership. Oh, you gifted it to yourself, it seems. No, sorry, you gifted it to Pawn. All right. Thank you, Levathan. Thank you, I appreciate it. So what I was saying, a chatter called 80s Face claimed that I needed more strength. I dismissed him at first because I never heard about that before. And let me see here. I never heard about damage being, the base damage being dependent on stats, because that is not the case with your normal attack, right? But he mentioned it while I was doing this list at end of stream. So I said, all right, I will look it up, I promised. And I'm glad I did, because oh boy, was I wrong about kick mechanics. So thank you, 80s Face, if you watch this now or later, for being persistent in telling me I was wrong. So I actually have, I done some testing. Here's another assassin, just to show you. For example, you can see our base attack damage is 1 to 2. And it doesn't matter that we are level 27. It is 1 to 2. It will always be 1 to 2. But if we put 1 point into Dragon Talon, that only has a 5% damage booster. But already it deals 5 to 6. And I won't go into exactly the mechanics or the damage calculation for kicks. I think that would be fun. That would be very on brand for this stream and channel, I think. But I don't 100% understand every step. But basically, your strength and your dexterity together influences the base damage with an unarmed kick, a barefoot kick, I guess. So if you kick without boots, a barefoot kick, that base damage depends on strength. So see, once I start clicking into strength, see how quickly my base damage goes up. Because right now I only have a 5% damage booster. I have no other skills boosting my damage, right? So once I start clicking, you see, already 1 max damage, 1 min damage, 1 max damage, 1 max damage, 1 min damage, another max damage. So with only 10 points into strength, that added like 2 to 3 damage or something. That's absolutely crazy. And the same for dexterity. Also adds base damage very quickly. I will say though that strength is slightly better because boots have a damage, like an offhand ED damage modifier based off of your strength. So it is better with strength, but dexterity is also very good. So basically, if I dump all my points into strength on this test assassin, without boots, base damage is 38 to 52 with Dragon Talon, a level 1 Dragon Talon. If I add boots, a pair of greaves for 10 to 20 damage, but that it will add so much more. Look at this, 38 to 52, adding 10 to 20 kick boots, 65 to 106. It is absolutely crazy. So I have completely misunderstood the mechanics. I spent the midweek reading like 20-year-old forum posts. So that is good news, because that means, if we go back to our character that we're actually playing, I have wasted a lot of points into vitality. So there is a lot to gain. The bad news is, of course, that my build is absolute trash. We have completely the wrong build. So I guess we need to respec. So let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, glad you like the shirt. I like it too. I like it too. Hawaiian shirts are very good for masking your upper body, if you know what I mean. I mean this in the absolute best way possible. You are pretty much exactly as I pictured. Other people are saying the face doesn't match the voice. Yeah, kick mechanics are super weird, Winbar. Yeah, super weird. I have so much fun digging into game mechanics like that. But yeah, very different. The muscles from carrying all the loot, you mean? Yeah, it's great also for hiding loot on your clothes. It is first time with a webcam, yeah. I mentioned that at the start. I'm going on Mr. Lama SC's stream later today. It is 6 p.m. Central Europe time, 11 a.m. US Central, I believe. I'm going on there for some D2 trivia. You have a voice of a 60-year-old dude and the face of a 20-year-old. Actually, you know, in Sweden, you can't buy alcohol anywhere. You have to go to a specific store. And the age limit is 20. Last time I was at Systembolaget, as it's called. I had to show my ID, despite being between, let's say closer to 40 than to 30. So I guess I look a bit young. I guess my voice is also a little bit deeper today, because I'm still having a bit of a cold. No beard, yeah, exactly. No beard that cuts off a lot of voice, years as well. Finland, we have Alko for stronger alcohols. Yeah, it's exactly like that. You can buy like light beers at the store. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. All right. So, on our quest to 4x our damage, I think a respec will go a long way. I also had a pretty cool example, because that base damage you saw, that was before any damage multipliers. So let's just go and charge up this again. Now I have 3 stacks of Tiger Strike. And look at what happens when I add 1 strength to my glove slot. That is 30 extra max damage from 1 strength. 61 to 94. That's pretty crazy. 3 min damage. Oh, I guess now I don't have the charges anymore. Hold on. So it's like almost just under 30 min damage, just over 30 max damage for 1 point into strength. So we have a lot of to gain there, obviously. Of course, that is with everything. Like we discussed briefly last time, the damage calculation goes something like... Oh, I guess I removed it. But a simplified, all mechanic gatekeepers, note that I said simplified. How do I... Oh, here we go. A simplified damage version is base kick damage times off weapon times dragon tail. So you take your base kick damage, times your off weapon ED, and that is ED from Tiger Strike, it is ED from stats, it is ED from... If you would wear Fortitude, that would be added in this step as well. And then times your Dragon Tail multiplier. And the way it works, when you kick someone with this, it deals physical damage based on the first 2 steps, and then additionally it deals fire damage based off of this multiplier. So I think I can basically remove all of this, and the new strategy for improving ourselves is strength, dexterity, and this is based on like reading guides and also testing in-game on that other test assassin. Skill levels. Let me see. I wrote it down in a book just so I wouldn't forget about it. Oh, right. Best possible boots, and that right now will be greaves. And of course, but this is very difficult. Lowering enemy physical and fire resistance. That will be very difficult right now. And indirectly, more strength, more dexterity, more skill levels means that level ups. Those will be the main things we can do to increase our damage. By far, like more levels, super good, because that gives more stats and more skill levels. Best possible boots. Right now we don't have a pair of greaves. We should be able to gamble them now or in a few levels. Best and lowering enemy physical and fire resistance. Very difficult. Very difficult. It requires some very specific and or lucky gear. Or as some of you pointed out last time, a chance to cast amplified damage on a weapon. Of course that won't work against Duriel, because as far as I know it is impossible to get another enemy with you into Telrasha's tomb. So that is the plan, to 4x our damage. Of course that will also mean that we will have to respec. But I already died a few times last stream, right? So, and when I respec, I will get rid of every single point of vitality. We're already super weak, but all vitality will be like gone. Skill Shrine isn't worth the effort. Yes, it is absolutely worth the effort. Yeah. Okay, what are you saying? Damage charms plus damage does not work for kicks, but charms with stats will be super useful. For example, so it was kind of funny because this has been sitting in my inventory. But look how much damage that adds, like 3 min damage and 2 max damage from just 2 dexterity on a charm. So I have probably thrown away a few stat charms because I didn't know about it. But it adds so much, especially after all the damage modifiers. So I guess I have to wear that. Necromancer stick with curse. Unfortunately, Decrepify and Amplify damage cannot spawn as curse charges on wands. Crit and Deadly Strike does not work with kicks, unfortunately. Maybe you will have to cube up to make lore in a helm. Yes, I am afraid so. So that's this so there was some bad news, some good news, some bad news, and this is more bad news. Or then there was some good news because I have a plan, I guess. But more bad news. I think there will be a lot of grinding. So a lot of strength charms and dex charms, yes. And you know, we are in Act 2. And I foresee, I mean, we could also crafting could be cool. Blood gloves for crushing blow. Crafting blood rings for guaranteed strength. Gems, like you could put amethysts in your armor and your helm for more strength. But we're in Act 2, and if we could get to Act 3, then Lower Karast opens up for a much better like farm to place charms, runes, and gems. So we will try to kill Duriel with as little as possible, and then if we need to farm, we need to do it in, or we would prefer to do it in Act 3. But we have to do what we have to do. Maybe it's a break point, or does it increase with each point in strength? The formula looks something like this. And this is because I'm not 100% sure about every step, but the damage formula for base kick damage is something like this. S strength plus dex minus 20, and then for your min damage it is divided by 4, and for your max damage it is divided by 3. So it is something like that. But then, because there is another part of it that I don't fully understand, but that is the gist of it. So every few points your base damage will increase. I guess I can leave that. Or for min damage. There was another message I wanted to reply to regarding... Right, lower resist wands. Lower resist wands should be possible to purchase in Act 5 and maybe in Act 4. I couldn't quite work it out. I think you can buy a wand of lower resist in Act 4. But before that, I know that it's not possible. Plus to minimum and maximum damage. Like, that doesn't work with kicks, unfortunately. Just farm runes and cube to make last wish. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Gabriel. That reminded me of another message I saw. You cannot hire a mercenary with might in normal. You have to wait until nightmare, unfortunately. So even like charging up, hiring a merc and going straight to Duriel and killing him before the merc hits will not work because you can't get might on mercenaries. Theoretically, grief plus damage doesn't work as well. Yes, that is one of the... Kicks work a lot like smite, but that is one difference. Grief, the plus damage from grief will not work with your kicks, actually. While it does work with smite. The Nadir rune word has plus 5 to strength. I was actually considering the Nadir rune word, because I also put a point in the Cloak of Shadows, thinking it's not that big of a deal. But these two skill points, they need to be in Tiger Strike and Dragon Tail, man. I cannot afford to have 2 wasted skill points like that. And someone was requesting I put in a point in Burst of Speed. Like, not gonna happen until level 40, the earliest, once these are completely maxed out. Insight Rune Word has heaps of ED, right? Yes, but enhanced damage, base weapon damage doesn't boost kicks, and also ED on your weapon does not work for kicks either. The only thing that works from weapons are elemental damage, I'm told, though it doesn't reflect in your like the character screen. But elemental damage from weapons should work. Stats works, crushing blow, open wounds, some other like niche add stats. But ED doesn't work, and grief doesn't work either, unfortunately. Yeah, lower resist ones have a min level of 36, I believe. Strong Dog, that is level requirement, right? But yeah, that is another problem. You need to be level 36 to equip it, but you know. Big kudos to the guy that insisted on getting more strength and dex, might be our savior for this challenge. Yeah, once again, big shout out to 80's Face for not giving up on telling me I was wrong, even after I dismissed him. Ignore target defense would work though. Yeah, but actually there is an interesting mechanic with this that doesn't show. If you have a charge, Tiger Strike or any other charge, Dragon Tail always hits. That is also something I learned. And if you think back and like, I never missed Andariel, I never missed Duriel. I basically never missed my Dragon Tail. And that is because once you have a charge, it always hits. I didn't know that before either, so that was interesting. Some gem shrine farming required then. Yep, probably. However, when you put 1 point in fire, thunder, ice, you can have much better benefit from the skill shrine and cheese a couple of hundred damage probably. Yeah, the problem is that first off, the elemental damage does not get boosted by Tiger Strike or by the fire damage from Dragon Tail. So you will only get, for example, on level 1, you will only get the 6 to 10 fire damage and then the fire on the ground. I also read that, and it doesn't seem to show up on the screen, but I also read that it converts, Fists of Fire converts a percentage of your physical damage into fire damage. And it doesn't say so in the skill description, so maybe that was changed, because what I read was a very old guide. But if that is true, then it is actually going to reduce your damage, because the damage from Dragon Tail is based off of the physical damage you do. What about the first kick skill? Is that not in the point of the spirit of the challenge? I decided early on that I didn't want to use attacks that hit multiple times. That was just arbitrary. We could do that. The problem though is that if you go for Dragon Talon, it consumes a charge for every kick. So if you kick 4 times, only the first will have a triple charge, the second will have 2 charges, the third will have 1 charge, and the last 2 kicks will have no bonus from Tiger Strike. Need exceptional boots. Yes, Gotenheim, that is a good idea to get some exceptional boots. However, I don't think you can find them naturally in Act 2. And if you gamble a pair of greaves and upgrade them, you will get, if you upgrade an item, they will get +5 level requirement, which is a problem. But later on, as soon as we hit like level 30, we will definitely upgrade a pair of greaves. If Duriel normal is this big of a challenge, then what are the odds of being able to kill Diablo or Bailey normal in one shot? That is exactly what makes this challenge so fun. Theory crafting only stream. Yeah, we've been live for half an hour and I have barely left town. So what are the plans for this stream today? You might wonder. A fair question. We will do some grinding. And I think we might as well just start grinding experience. You are considering a wand with amp damage charges, yes. No, they don't exist. Wands cannot spawn with amp damage charges, unfortunately. The odds will always be against us, and we like it that way. Exactly, Tim. Yeah, that's the fun part of the challenge. Oh, by the way, there was one thing I wanted to have your input on, and I guess I could vote for it. because this challenge is going to get way grindier than I originally anticipated, what do you think about the rules change that once we have like one hit our way through an area to allow ourselves to, you know, multi-hit the enemies there. So for example, since we have already cleared, like made it past Canyon of the Magi, so we have proven that we can one-shot it, or at least make it past with one-shots, then I could just, you know, farm it without that restriction. So basically I would frame it like repeat areas don't have to be one-shot. Because the only thing that will change is basically that, especially if we have to do it the first time we pass, that only speeds up the farming. Alright, I see no... But the random is... their enemies are random. Oh, Paladin, don't ruin it for me. Yeah, that is true. The enemies are random, so you might get harder enemies on the second try. Stone skin and stuff should still be one shot, in my opinion. All right, we can do it like this. Either we can say that we only need to one-shot elites going forward, so like from now on we don't need to one-shot regular enemies, only elites. Or we can do it so that when we repeat an area, we don't need to one-shot anything except elites. Can only multi-shot enemies you've already one-shot. I think that's fair. Only when you cleared an area, but you have to completely clear it first. I see your point, but at the same time, the main struggle will be one-shotting bosses, right? So I'm a fan of trying to do the rest as efficiently as possible. Because we might need to stay here to like level 25 or level 27 maybe, to be able to gamble Greaves, or maybe we can do it sooner. And that's gonna take a really long time on players 8. Players 1. Is this even possible in later difficulties? I don't think so. To one-shot Duriel, you only need to trigger 5 crushing blows at once. Alright. Some good input. I will change the rules as follows. Repeated areas don't need to be one shot. Is that visible? Repeated areas don't need to be one shot. Yeah. Let's do it like that. I see the argument that we should still one shot elites, and I will try to do that, but if I make a mistake, I'm gonna be fine with it. Alright, so let's finally start playing the game, right? 30 minutes into the stream. Looks like open wounds adds about 143 extra damage at level 16. Oh, that's a lot less than I thought it would. Then open wounds is probably not worth it against something like Duriel. Are you a full-time streamer, or do you have some sort of day job? Since a few months back, I am doing YouTube and streaming, I guess, full-time. But I haven't been for very long. What about champions and minions? I will try to one-shot. I will make an effort to one-shot every champion and minion. But if we are in like farming mode and I accidentally two-hit a champion, I will not leave the game, I think. Because in like from my point of view, we're gonna have to do so much grinding that it's just gonna slow us down, while not really making, you know. The goal right now is to one-shot Duriel, right? We already made it through Act 2. So if we grind a little bit sloppily, that is completely fine by me. Oh, I can actually one-shot these guys with a non-boosted Dragon Tail. Though it is very mana expensive. Right, someone pointed out that they were furious that I didn't have Tiger Strike on left click, so let's do that, I guess. Because if I can fight like this, it's gonna save so much time, right? I guess I should still try and swap over. Did you one-shot on Duriel? Yes, we did. It was very high, very cool. On the second attempt, all we needed was an extra skill shrine. Oh, thank you, Kittias Darkleaf, for the super chat. Glad I got to catch a stream, love your content. Thank you, I'm glad you liked my stuff. And I could respec right away. But I am kind of trying to... Because I will lose so much life, and if I can kill enemies like this, it's gonna be nice to not have to worry as much about my HP.
I can't carry anymore.
But even with that change, farming isn't gonna be easy by any means, because I mean, this is a dangerous place now. Oh, and also we never finished Radamant. I guess we really should do that for the additional skill point.
Good day to you.
So right now I don't have much of a plan. Let's just run around in the tombs for some experience. Thank you, Gabriel, for the how do you say, not resub, membership, rejoining the Goblin gang. I appreciate it. Wait, were those zombies one shot? No, we just said that repeated areas don't have to be one shot, just to speed up farming. Since we already made it to Duriel, I am allowing myself to just sloppily play through this, because this is just extra grinding. And basically the reason is that that will allow me to play on a higher player setting. Fire damage, not great. What max level can one farm on the second act on normal? Yeah, unfortunately, Sting, in theory, level 99, because experience never fully stops. You just get very heavily penalized, and of course you need very high amounts of experience to level. But in theory, you never stop gaining experience. So I joked the last time that the fact that we now have the cube is kind of a curse, right? Because that opens up a lot of theoretically possible solutions. For example, some were joking about grinding for a very high level rune word. And that is technically possible. So it's gonna be hard to give up on this character now. But realistically, for example, I am very rare, like on very, very rare occasions, I reach level 24 in Act 2 normal when I do a challenge run. I basically never go beyond that. A more typical level is between 20 and 22. So already we are like on the top of the range, what I am like on other challenge runs. But we do need a few more levels, for sure. How many? I'm not sure. There was a comment on the last VOD, last VOD I guess, from someone who told me that they defeated Duriel on level 29, I believe. And I jokingly replied to that comment saying, well, then I need to do it before that, right? Though it does depend on what kind of gear we can get. Not to, like, I did a lot of research. For example, you cannot buy gloves or like, what are they called? Like hand sights with +1 to martial arts. But in theory, you could gamble circlets, gloves, and cathars or wrist swords or whatever with +1 to martial arts. But gambling is gonna be super, super difficult. What does repeated areas imply? Like, if we have already made it to Duriel, but we couldn't one-shot him, so for the rest of Act 2, I am allowing myself to just kill monsters without worrying about one-shotting them, since we have quote-unquote proven that we can already one-shot Act 2, except Duriel. So just to speed up the farming process, because my research that I did this week proved to me that I will need to do a lot of grinding in this challenge. And if I need to one-shot everything, I'm gonna be grinding at players 1, most likely. So it is just a time save. Because we have already cleared Torrasha's tomb all the way to Duriel. I mean, these skeletons are still being one hit. But for example, the mummies, I'm currently on players 4. So just so we gain experience faster.
I am overburdened.
Alright, do you remember the rare jewel we found last time? With like ED, fire damage, cold damage, something else? Super awesome jewel. With my research that I did, that jewel is basically useless, but nice find regardless, I guess. It was max damage as well. Also, for those who were wondering, in my testing, I also made with an hero editor, I made a level 27 paladin, maxed out charge and might as much as I could. Gambled a two-handed maul with 60 enhanced damage, I think. And I was not breaking 1k damage. So if you were wondering if another class would be better, my top pick for a non-assassin would be Paladin with charge, but that is nowhere near as good. So my thinking right now is that the assassin is the only one who has any sort of chance of doing this. But of course, I thought I just discovered that the assassin is better because of game mechanics that I didn't know. So I'm fully open to that. I might be missing some other mechanic as well, right? Firewall Sork, maybe. That's interesting, since I did allow damage over time.
Good evening. Greetings.
It's just that with a damage-based skill, you're gonna get a lot of damage from levels and from synergies. But there is no, like... For example, for this girl, she has boot damage times off-weapon ED times Dragon Tail multiplier. So she gets like 3 different sources multiplied with each other. And that is very rare. A lot of things just stack multiplicatively. Oh, also, I should really keep every single ring and amulet I find to cube them later. Do you wear greaves? Can you gamble war boots? I don't think you can gamble war boots yet. I think you need to be higher level. I am wearing light-plated boots, we should be able to gamble war boots. No, sorry, greaves soon. I don't think we can do it quite yet, though I am not certain. But I will be gambling greaves before we take on Duriel. But you can't gamble war boots already. I am 98% sure. Cubing rings and amulets. New item level question mark. Oh, I am glad you asked. When you cube three rings to make an amulet, or 3 amulets to make a ring, the resulting level will be 75% of your character level. And I happen to have researched this weekend that to have a chance to get an amulet with need to concentrate a little bit. To be able to have a chance to get an amulet with plus to martial arts, it needs item level 20. So that means that we should save every ring and amulet until level 27, because 27 times 0.75 is just over 20. Ooh, scary stuff. I guess I should be using Cloak of Shadows while I still have it before we respec out of it, right? Lightning, man. Do I have any lightning resistance? 15. Man, super slow. The running around with low HP makes me nervous. Yeah, I guess I am very happy that I decided to do this in softcore. Especially since once I respec, I'm probably gonna have like half of this life total.
I can't carry anymore.
That could be a nice amount of gold. I want rubies and I want amethysts. Does the Hawaiian shirt also multiply damage? I think it multiplies my charisma, actually. Impale is quite alright, Zarfen. Impale does add a lot of skill plus damage, you are right. But it's not gonna be anywhere near what we can get with this assassin. Because what does the Amazon have? She has Impale, which can get a few hundred ED. She has Critical Strike, which can double your damage. But other than that, she has nothing, right? She doesn't have any charge-up skills, any auras. But yeah, I did consider it, because Impale does add a lot of damage. But it's like nowhere near the 1000 I'm getting from Tiger Strike right now. Even if you factor in Critical Strike. Ooh, Charm. Very happy to see Charms now after the Strength discovery. Wow, wow. Let's drop some bad elemental damage charms for more to have more space for loot. 1 strength, well. I guess I might end up regretting throwing away damage charms, since once we start having to one-hit normal enemies again, Tiger Strike needs to kill, right? Keep the charms in this shared stash, maybe. Oh, right, yeah. I guess I don't need to throw them away then. I can put them in the stash. About 2 to 6 fire damage. I'm gonna take a gambit and say we won't be needing either of these. Please feel free to remind me about this moment when I failed to kill a flayer in Act 3, missing like 2 damage. I guess I don't need to charge up, I can just kick with the Dragon Tail over and over. Though it is very mana hungry. Don't you need to reset? Alright, yeah. I'm not resetting if I don't one-shot now, because we added a rule on this stream that if we do a repeated area, for example, we made it to Duriel, so now we're just farming for more experience. I am free to just, you know, not one-shot enemies in repeated areas. A concession to making farming easier. Though I guess I will have to reprogram my brain again once we start trying to progress again. I was also considering to changing the challenge to only one-shot act bosses. Ooh. But I actually kind of like still having to one-shot elites, because some elites are very hard to kill. Like if you get a physical resistant or fire resistant elite, that could be quite difficult to kill. Right, going to town. Experience is decent. Not great, but decent. Could you explain why you are using a spear? It was just the first 3-socketed weapon I found.
Hello.
Once we reached level 17 to make a triple tal weapon. And I'm using this only for one-shotting things while also charging up Tiger Strike. As nice as this looks, it's not gonna ever be good for us. I guess we should save jewels for crafting purposes. I guess we can stash every ring and whatnot in the cube for now. That's not worth carrying around, I don't think. And I guess we could also cube, no, never mind. Forget everything I said. Let's keep those as they are. And I need to clear out a stash tab, like I need another stash tab. Can I just throw everything I have here away? I guess I should do it in another game so it doesn't lie on the floor. I need to steal another stash tab to have a room for all my junk.
Good day.
Just how do you plan on dealing 3,995 damage without getting absolutely cracked gear? You'll see, you'll see. I'm very confident that Duriel is possible now. But, I mean, the next bosses we'll see. Is there anything I would like to save long term here? No. Let's just throw everything away and then save and exit the game. So that it disappears. I guess all of these runes I might want to use sometime on another for testing or whatever. So 5262. 5262. So now I have claimed the second stash tab in the name of the one-shot challenge as well. And let's save and exit and go back. Muling a stash tab takes like 30 seconds. You are not wrong. But when am I gonna use like a 3-socketed I'm trying to deposit my gold at Farah. Might as well sell that stuff now. Yeah, but I don't want to use gold that I acquired through selling stuff on a shared stash on this character, right? Your weapon is a 3-socket weapon. Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to use gear from another character for this character, right? I like to keep all my challenges self-contained. Don't forget to hydrate. Can you show us your drink on cam? I need to check if it's unadulterated. You just saw it. No, it's just Pepsi Max. What is the slogan? Something refreshing. Pepsi, if you're watching, I'm open to a sponsorship. Wait, we can see you now. You can. Hello. Nice to meet you. Have you played much Grim Dawn? I haven't played any Grim Dawn. So I'm looking forward to maybe doing a stream of that sometime. Of course, I have so many Diablo ideas I want to do right now. Diablo 2 ideas. But I've been wanting to try Grim Dawn. And in my mind, since it's hard for me to play games without doing something for the channel, because then if I play Grim Dawn like offline, or a great example, I did play a little bit of Path of Exile 2 the last 2 weeks on my own time. And you know, not everything needs to be content, but my brain goes like, why are you playing Path of Exile 2? You could be playing your next challenge character instead. And also, since I would be tackling a completely new game, it might be nice to have some backseating. But to answer your question, no, I have not played much Grim Dawn, none at all actually. I heard, yeah, Grim Dawn is Diablo 2. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good about Grim Dawn. And it also looks very grim, which is kind of nice, right? Because a lot of Diablo clones don't capture the like aesthetic or atmosphere very well. Like if I played a little bit of Torchlight 2, and that's decently fun, but it's a very goofy looking game. And you know, part of what makes Diablo 2 fun is like slaying skeletons with big strong barbarian, and you know, they explode and there's blood and stuff. Also, I don't like the skill tree in Torchlight 2. What do you think of Path of Exile 2? So far, I think it's a great game, and here you are. I'm looking at chat when I'm talking to you, but I guess I should be looking at the camera. I haven't done anything. I did one stream, but I haven't like planned or done any challenges yet for Path of Exile 2. But from what I played off stream, it seems like a great game for doing challenge runs. Whoops. I guess that's the downside of having 2 weapon switches. I keep attacking on the wrong one. What about Diablo 1? Yeah, that I also want to play Diablo 1. Could also be a stream perhaps. Maybe you know, with the webcam and everything, maybe this is the start of the streamer arc. You know, doubling down on streaming instead, because it's a lot of fun. Videos are also fun to make, of course. But I forgot what I was gonna say. Someone on left side of the screen hack your live. What? Someone on left side of... Oh, right, I understand what you're saying, yeah. That guy over here, yeah. Oh, I guess I can't point at myself because my hand is also in the corner, but this guy over here. I see what you're saying. I'm glad you are enjoying the live streams. You know, it's funny because when I found out that I liked streaming so much, it was a big surprise to me personally, because I've never been like someone to stand like in the center of attention, or I haven't liked to be like, I haven't ever thought about myself as an entertainer, and I hated, like, you know, in school was a long time ago, but you know, standing in front of class and everything. But of course, in school and stuff, and other like times I've had the chance to go on stage and stuff, people haven't been asking me about Diablo 2 mechanics. So that is of course very different to be live speaking to people about the glorious Diablo 2 mechanics. And you know, min-maxing strategies to One Shot Duriel. So it's all contextual, I guess. So I guess we can go for level 24. I guess we can do it already. Another thing we can do is gamble circlets, because we can get +1 to martial arts. Gonna make a big difference. Big difference. But of course, it's very expensive to gamble circlets, like 30 to 40k already, seem to recall. You didn't do a report on Diablo 2 in school? Actually, I have quite a funny story. When I was like 13 or 14 maybe, I actually wrote our school report on Diablo 2. And for some reason it barely passed. I thought it was great, I was very passionate. I was writing down everything that was so great about the game. But my teacher didn't like it apparently. But that I did not present that in front of class, it was just a hand-in assignment. I kind of wish that I saved that essay, right? But you know, who knew that I would end up being a Diablo 2 YouTuber like 20-something years later. But I mean, that would have been so fun to have now, to see what I read, or see what I wrote. Oh, Sapphire. I joked about this, I did this joke last time already, but after the crafting only challenge, I am so Pavlovian dogged to, whenever I hear a gem or a jewel drop to the ground, I stop everything I do, click spacebar and scan. What was it? Oh, just a chipped sapphire. $7 extra gold for monsters, building that gambling fund. I wrote a short story about the butcher from Diablo 1 in English class. That's awesome, Jeffusano. I hope your teacher appreciated it, the passion and whatnot, whatever you put into it. I did the same thing, but for the Dark Age of Camelot. My teacher didn't get it either. That's funny, yeah. You know, write a fucking essay on football and everyone says, oh man, what a guy. Write an essay on your favorite video game and it's like... no respect for... Ooh. I keep messing up my skills. No, I think what happens is that I attack and then I try to switch my weapon mid-attack and it doesn't register. Is that what's happening? Let's try. Alright, so that's what's happening. So, another case of my problems being a skill issue. But yeah, it's very nice to be able to just not care as much about one-shotting for the grindy part. Well, the first grindy part, I guess. Ooh. Maybe I could do even higher player setting. Who put... I was really gonna ask who put Town Portal on my skill slot.
stay a while and listen.
Blessings to you.
I had to do an analysis of a poem, so I did one from Halls of the Blind in Diablo 2. Nice. Do player 7. I might. We can try it. I guess nowadays people can write about their favorite Game of Thrones or their favorite anime. Yeah, I think if you do it now, I mean, gaming and video games and everything is so much more like widely accepted in like mainstream culture, right? Was not the case back in my day. When you cube 3 rings to get a rare, it has to be magic, right? I can't cube a rare ring and get a magic amulet. I think so, so we can sell that. Skulls are pretty much useless, but we don't need to sell anything yet, especially now that we have this tab. Actually, let's move all the runes over to free up some space. A little bit of inventory management. Though I guess a lot of people are squirming in their chairs right now that I'm not sorting my runes by, you know, what they are. Oh, wrong tab. Let's see if we can find that cool rare. It was here somewhere, right? Oh, here it is. 10 ED, 5 max damage, 3 to 10 fire damage, 1 to 4 cold damage. It looks so good, right? But it actually is quite bad for this character. Not sorting runes by level. Yeah. I used to be very organized in my inventory, but especially now, since I play through the character so quick, often, and you know, throw them away once they're done, I don't care as much. And also, you know, while live streaming, it's nice to have some more, you know, some more speed to it. I guess I could use these if I'm not gonna one-hit anything stuff anyway. I think the run speed is nice to speed up farming. But magic find, I mean, we could also go and grind Andariel. Three magic, okay, so it needs to be magic. Good, I thought so. Gamble a single circlet. Alright. You got the easiest man to convince in the world. One person said it. Okay, fine, I'll gamble a circlet. And for circlets, it doesn't really matter what level you gamble it on, because you can, I think you can always roll +1 to 1 skill tab. Of course, it is very rare because there are a lot of affixes for circlets, but could get lucky. 20 faster run walk, no. Get that key out of here, right. No matter how many people remind me, I never remember that assassins don't need keys.
Welcome to my shop.
You know what we could do actually? We could farm Andariel and hope for some loot, though she can't drop very many good uniques for us, right? And she only drops a lot of gems on the quest kill, right? Imagine how much more fun that would be without the refresh gamble button. Yeah, if you wanted to do that in LOD, old Diablo, you would need to, you know, restart your conversation with the guy every time. What's the plan to kill Duriel? Farm a little bit more. Do a respec. Maybe some very targeted item farming, namely gems and charms. But if I can help it, we will save that for Act 3. Sorry. Because then we have access to lower cost. But our last attempt at the end of last stream I have learned a lot about items since then. Sorry, a lot about kick damage. So as bad as it was looking at the end of last stream, only having 25% of the required damage, we do have a plan. That is probably gonna work. One thing that will be very problematic with Mephisto in particular is his fire resistance. While Duriel has 20 fire resist, which is of course bad for us, Mephisto and Diablo has 33% fire resistance, which is of course bad news for us. Radamant is easier than Duriel. Yeah, I guess our first test of power should be to finally finish Radamant, because we never defeated him. We barely scratched him. But it should be easy to get back, because we went there once, so the map will be revealed.
I am overburdened.
Why did I bring so few health potions again? I thought I bought a lot of them. I guess I'm drinking too, like every enemy I defeat I drink 2 health potions. But you can also start to see another problem. If I'm gonna respec out of all my vitality, how am I gonna deal with, you know, normal enemies once I need to one-shot them again in the next act? I'm gonna have like 150 life or something. No resistances. I guess we can make a body armor with like 3 rubies for progress between act bosses, actually. Ah, I like that idea. I like that idea. Like buy a 3-socketed breastplate. And for, you know, act 3, we can just switch to that. Ooh, level 24. Though I guess I'm not gonna skill any new skills outside of Dragon Tail and Tiger Strike anyway. Is it players 7 or players 8? It's players 4. I forgot to up the player setting. We can try. I think players 8 will be too dangerous. I guess these are still players 7 because they already spawned, or these are still players 4 because they spawned in before I changed the setting.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
A smoked spear with just +1+ to skill, like a level 6 skill, is not gonna sell for a lot anyway. Strength? Life. Ooh, life. We might need some life charms actually. Keeping everything, not beating the loot goblin allegations anytime soon. All we need is conviction aura. I did Google, or like I went onto a web page where you can filter rune words and uniques by like stats, and I looked for everything. But yeah, conviction would be great. Lower resistance would be great. Oh, let's go to town. Three inventory slots for 9 HP sounds rough. But just in case, I'll save it.
Good evening.
Did I miss something? We did a rules addition that if I repeat an area, I don't need to one-shot it, just to speed up the farming portions. Is this only for normal? I think so. I don't know that Nightmare is impossible, but I do think it might be impossible. But the goal was originally,
I can't carry anymore.
can I even beat on Duriel? Alright, we did it. Now the goal is, can we beat Duriel? I am certain that we can. It might take a fair bit of grinding, but I'm certain that we can. And then after that, can we beat Duriel? Starting to get a little bit, I don't know, because he has a lot of fire resistance.
I can't carry anymore.
So we'll see. Basically, how far can I make it challenge? Right, I'm still killing enemies fairly easily. Can definitely feel that they deal more damage to me.
I can't carry
But so far, players 8 is working out. Hey, Jugginator, yeah, we didn't half-assed attempt at Duriel. I didn't even have a shrine, I believe, a skill shrine. But we could basically tell from my stat screen that it was not gonna happen, so we just did it for like a fun moment for the video, and I ended up dealing like 25% damage to him.
I can't carry anymore.
Hence the title of today's stream. Oh, thank you, Luther. Nice to see you. Oh, yeah. Webcam time. You know, I haven't been using my... I haven't been streaming or making videos with a webcam before because I thought it would give me an unfair advantage and I want my content to stand on my own, right? But, you know...
I am overburdened.
Ooh. Lightning beetles. Thank you for the super chat, Luther.
I can't carry anymore.
Hope you are well, fellow Diablo tuber. Man, I can't make it through the door. Alright, here we go. Besides Duriel, what future boss do you think will give you the most trouble? Yeah, unfortunately, I think that every boss is gonna be like, when we make it past Duriel, and I'm confidently saying when, then like, okay, shit, how do we deal with Mephisto? And if we manage that, it's gonna be, oh shit, how do we deal with Diablo? Though I will say that the HP jump from Duriel to Mephisto is only like another 50%, also another like 50% fire resistance, which might be a problem. But if I had to guess, we will make Mephisto happen one way or another. But then after Mephisto, when you go to Diablo, it is another doubling of their HP. So that's gonna be a tricky one for sure. So I'm not gonna guess when the challenge will fail, because what kind of manifestation is that?
I can't carry anymore.
But my gut feeling right now is that Diablo is gonna be the big problem. Oh, I thought they were all dead. I was gonna drink a potion. Because like I think that if we can kill Duriel at like level 25 to 27 or whatever, that's probably not gonna be enough. But something like that. Then, you know, using just like reasoning and more, you know, extrapolating, we should be able, even if we need to grind to like level 36, we should be able to defeat Mephisto, I feel like. But after that, it's like 2x for Diablo. That seems tough. I feel like Diablo is impossible. Diablo with a J. I assume that was a poke at me for how I pronounce Diablo. Yes, Diablo is gonna be a problem for sure. But it's like we are very far from getting to Diablo. So let's solve Mephisto and Duriel first. But there are some people, like viewers, that are doing this challenge alongside. And I play this, if I continue streaming twice a week, I will only play for 4 hours 2 times a week. So maybe someone or other people will keep going past me, and then they can just tell me how to do it. Though, no offense to anyone, I do take theoretical calculations and suggestions with a grain of salt. But if you have beaten a boss, I believe you. Is it allowed to use a merc and land a hit before it does? Yes. If, in theory, I hire a mercenary, go to Duriel, and kill Duriel before the mercenary gets to hit Duriel, that's fine by me. I'm also fine with using a mercenary like now, but I would then require the mercenary to one-hit everything, and that's not gonna happen, right? The problem is, how do I get rid of the mercenary when I no longer can use it? I guess we can just go kill him somewhere.
I can't carry anymore.
Or actually, one to teleport might sell for a few K. Ooh, fire enchanted. And he is tanky.
I am overburdened.
Emilio doesn't one-shot mobs mostly because he wants to, not because he can't.
Overburdened.
I think so too. I mean, Emilio could definitely beat this challenge with his eyes closed if he wanted to. But I think Emilio is kind of fed up with carrying my ass in challenges, so we'll give him a break. Hey man, thanks for all the awesome D2 contents. Oh, thank you. Glad you liked them, Imonlo.
Impossible.
Probably gonna need a lot of those later, so let's save them. Emilio is a walking pile of garbage with a spear. Take Emilio's name out of your mouth. You filthy Galsar Maxi.
I can't carry anymore.
So let's go for level 25, then we can assess the situation. Realistically, I want to go for 27
I am overburdened.
for the ring and amulet cubing, as I mentioned. But of course, it is the chances to get an amulet with +1 to martial arts is very, very slim. But you know, we have to take every chance to improve ourselves we can. My last started assassin is in Nightmare now, and of course got Emilia with me. My man, Dwinbar. That's how you do it. Of course, I'm just jabbing and joking with Rock the C-Pop, who trash talks Emilio, because I know he likes Galsar.
I can't carry anymore.
And Galsar would be my number 2 or number 3 pick, for what it's worth. Look at that man. I bet if you Google Swedish man, Zarfen pops up. You know, change the shirt for like a stripe or like a checkered flannel shirt, and I think you're pretty damn close to the typical Swedish man.
I can't carry anymore.
Maulers are scary on Players 8, but I mean, we are still one-shotting trash mobs at Players 8, so that's nice to see. Of course, I guess we should with all the damage we're dealing, but still nice to see. Let's do a triple charge and see how much like 3 more levels has gained us. And that's a big difference, like 200, a little bit more than 200 damage extra. Okay, not gonna lie, I was hoping for more, or actually I was using the wrong skill switch. Ooh, interesting. Alright, now we're talking 1200 to 1800. Okay, that's a respectable increase from what we started with. So levels are gonna be very big. Very big.
I am overburdened.
I do that sometimes. Sometimes I don't really, I mean, I don't care much when people comment about my accent and stuff, but sometimes someone says I say a specific word oddly, and then the gears in my brain start turning, and then I start to involuntarily try to correct it. But I mean, it doesn't turn out correct anyway, because if it did, I would say it like that from the start, but then I start saying words even weirder. Yeah, the only good necromancer curse that you can get as charges on wands that you buy is lower resist, and that's not available yet. There is a unique that has charges of Decrepify, and Decrepify does lower enemy resistance, though that is it is an exceptional axe, I believe, so I don't think you can find that in normal. Maybe on Bale himself, but at that point it's like, alright, spell steal it's called, but I don't think you can get spell steal before Bale or before Nightmare. And someone told me on last stream that the Gavel of Pain has charges of amplify damage, but I looked it up and that's a chance to cast amplify damage, so that's not gonna work. And of course Gavel of Pain is an elite and unique, so oh no, I mentioned how I pronounce certain words wrong, and now chat is pointing out every word I say weird. I know, yeah, just or join Just join. I know I say those words
I
weirdly.
am overburdened.
But no, I'm kidding. It doesn't bother me at all. And also how I say weapon. The Gavel of Pain does have 3 charges of amplified damage. Right, joke's on me then. Apparently I didn't look it up correctly. Or I looked it up and my brain said, that's not charges, it's a chance to cast.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
But, oh, I forgot to sell. But a chance to cast amplify damage, that's available very easily. You can buy that very easily already from Act 1. Of course, the problem is to find an enemy, bring it to the boss, one-shot the enemy, while still having the 5% chance to cast amplify damage to trigger, and they need to stand close enough to the boss to die when they die, so that the boss gets the curse. Though it is technically possible, but not against Duriel, of course, unless there is some glitch you can use to get a random mob down to his cellar. Tarasha's tomb. I have it in front of me in game, and that's why I'm quite sure. Okay, I'm not gonna argue with that armor detail. I guess I looked it up incorrectly then. Oh, it has both charges and chance to hit. Ah, okay, I guess that's what happened. I saw chance to hit and so, okay, and didn't read the rest. Gavel of Pain, so it's exceptional. That would mean it's a Mortal Defer, right? And that should not be possible to get in normal. Maybe on Bale, as I said, because Bale can drop a lot of high level stuff. But if we beat Bale, I pretty much consider the challenge a success. I'm not even gonna talk about Bale yet, because Diablo is 2x damage from Mephisto, but Bale is 2x life, and then Bale is 2x life from Diablo. Blue gems are not touching. Failed Candy Crush run. Yeah, but if they touch, they will disappear, right? And I want to keep the gems. That's why I sort them weirdly. Or were you talking about his assassin weapon? What are you talking about, Wubu Toto? No risk if he shows his weapon, he will be banned from YouTube. Oh, right, okay, it was a dirty joke. Never mind. Mosaic, yeah. I mean, for this character, Mosaic would be very good, but it wouldn't be amazing, right? Since I'm not gonna hit anything multiple times. Though, of course, having minus or having like plus, is it plus fire damage percentage or minus enemy fire resistance? And while we are theory crafting, another unfortunate learning. You know how Assassin Claws can have staff mods, like inherent plus to assassin skills, without being magical, much like a wand can have necromancer and a staff can have +2 to Nova while still being white. Unfortunately, Assassin Claws don't start spawning with skills until like halfway through the exceptional claws table. So unless I missed something, the earliest you can get Assassin Claw with a quote-unquote free +2 skill is also normal Bale, or more realistically Nightmare. Unfortunately. Yeah, Greater Talons, but you can also get them on is it hatchet hands or hand sights? I think is the lowest. The exceptional one of those is the lowest you can get 3 plus 2 skills on. I forget which of those is exceptional and which is normal. Ooh, scary enemies. Oh, we are level 25. After this tomb we can go to town and just assess the situation. Ooh, Grand Charm. It's kind of weird because I'm looking for too many things at once. So I'm like at stun locked. I don't even know what to pick up half of the time. So with 2 Eisenheart and Honor, you'd have an extra plus 30 strength. Yeah, that would be a lot of damage. Stamina, get out of here.
I can't.
Okay, time for some water. Demon Hide Boots is level 24, isn't it? Yeah. But you can't find Demon Hide Boots naturally right now. And if you buy normal rare boots or gamble normal rare boots and upgrade them in the cube, they will have 5 additional level requirement, or so like 5 additional levels added to the requirement, unfortunately. But exceptional boots are gonna be in our future for sure. Will you do a merc only run with the remaining types of mercs? Yeah. That's the plan anyway. Of course, I once did 2 gearless runs and said that I would do it with every character. And since that day, I haven't done another one. But I have started a barbarian merc run actually. It hasn't gotten very far, but the plan is to do them all eventually. So grind to 29 for Demon Hide Boots. Yeah, if we get stuck, that's the plan, but I hope to do it before that. 29 is, oof, far away. Face cam, yeah, there's a face cam. Nice to see you. Oh, nice to see you too. You can stack multiple types of charges, right? Not only Tiger Strike. Yes, you can. But not only will that take skill points away from the main 2 skills, Fist of Fire, Claws of Thunder, and Blades of Ice actually reduces your Dragon Tail damage, because this converts a percentage of your physical damage to fire damage, and Dragon Tail only cares for your physical damage. Oddly enough, because it doesn't say so on the skill description, but it said so on several wikis. With a ridiculous large boss HP, I think finishing first hit amp damage from lower resist. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. So basically you think it would be fine to attack with amplified damage. Sorry, that's not fine in my book. I want to do it like a purist rules stickler run. If there was a weapon that dealt 0 damage, or if bosses had if bosses had high health regen, I could see that working out. Stamina. Some inventory Tetris. Alright, so we could keep grinding for now, since we know we want to get to level 27, right? To cube these. And a comment told me that 27 is the earliest possible. I'm not sure I quite believe that, no offense if you're here, but... I expected Zarfen to live in a cave or a straw hut, kind of impressive home. Well, I did clean up before stream. I did throw, like, I cleaned up. I took everything that was in frame of the camera and put it outside of the frame, right? Level 1 amp only holds 8 seconds. Is it even that long? I thought it was like 4 seconds. So what are we gonna do? Let's go see if we can kill Radamant now, but then we're gonna do it on players 1. And I guess we need to one-hit Radamant, because while we have made it to Radamant, we haven't one-hit Radamant yet. And I'm reading, I have my little notebook here that I wrote down some things I wanted to keep in mind for stream. And I know there was something. There was something to do with level 25. I have like the number level 25 stuck in my mind, but I can't remember what it was, and apparently I didn't write it down. Because I took notes of some like breakpoints. For example, at level 27 you can cube rings to Amis to have a chance of getting, it's called like Shugu. +1 to martial arts, I will call it. +25, you go to Ancients and Bale. War Boots level requirement. Oh, maybe that's what it is. War Boots level requirement. Before I realized that if you upgrade it, it will get +5. Maybe that's what it is, yeah. I wonder, I didn't check this, but I wonder how early you can gamble something and have it be upgraded to exceptional. I know it's dependent on your level, but also on the quality level of the item, I believe. So if I had to guess, right now we have a 0% chance to upgrade gamble a pair of war boots. But I don't know, maybe it is like 1%, which, as stupid as it sounds, might be reasonable to go after. Yeah, I think there is a real possibility that a breastplate with 3 perfect amethysts is gonna be our best in slot armor for a long time. Of course, for farming, the run speed is nice, and the magic find. This should be enough to one-shot Radamant, unless we get unlucky, because I do believe he has a little bit of fire resistance. Though I'm actually not sure at all. He had like 1100 HP, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, I do the shabuku frequently. Everyone, do the shakabuku. Let's see if we can snipe Mr. Radamant. Oh, here we go. Yay! Revenge. if you didn't watch last stream, we went to Radamant, tried to kill him, and dealt like this much of his health bar to him, and like, oh, I guess he has more life than we thought.
Good day.
Greetings.
You need level 49 to gamble war boots. Okay, so I was on the right path, but I did not expect it to be that bad. Imagine a face cam hidden behind a life bulb and face only shows when HP drops. That would be very funny. I'm not sure how to set it up though, but that's quite funny. He disguised himself to appear human in a human society. I'm already... how do you say? Whatever. Let's move on. Level 31 for a 0.0001% chance of demon hides. Oh, so you're saying there's a chance. Well, at that point we can upgrade Greaves. Is Loot Golain your favorite town? Yeah, I guess it is. Very funny. Perhaps very slight spoilers for Path of Exile 2. So spoiler warning. But you're on a quest in Path of Exile 2, you found a loot box, like L-U-T-E, a loot box. Which is kind of funny, like, right? Because when you say it, it sounds like a loot box. So it's like, what? They put loot boxes in Path of Exile 2. I thought it was a funny joke anyway. Did I miss Duriel's death? I had to work. Joe, you only missed a few tombs. Q level of Greaves is 27 according to old Area at Summit page. Yeah, that is... Area at Summit is correct for most things, so I think that's right. And at level 25 I am fairly confident that we should be able to gamble a pair. So let's do that now. Of course, I have a super hard time to tell Greaves apart from light-plated boots. I think the difference is like Greaves don't have this small, like dinky dink up here. So I guess I'll have to check them all. Oh, I forgot to check those. Those were probably light-plated. It's like, you want to refresh as fast as possible, to go through pages as quickly as possible, but then you run the risk of skipping past what you're looking for. That has happened to me several times. Oh, here we go. Oh, they do have the Dinky Dink, but they still looked a little bit different. Oh, rares on the first try. Oh. 10% chance to cast level 3 charged bolt. I would count that as dealing damage, but not one-hitting them. I guess we can gamble another pair. Alright, let's... Actually, you know what? Let's make sure we gamble a rare pair, now that we have them in the trade window and they are relatively cheap. Let's gamble for a pair of rares that I can use, because then I can upgrade those later, once we are level 30 or whatever. Though we might spend all of my gold. If we do, it is what it is. Ooh, Magic Find Boots. 22, 12. Well, it is something. Ooh, Faster Run Walk, nice as well. Maybe it was a bit harsh to not allow... Oh, no! Sorry. Another rare, but another damage thing. I guess we could technically upgrade these and only use them for bosses later, right? So let's not gamble our last 20k. The Dinky Dink is grey, and on light plate it is reddish. Oh, alright. Interesting. Clear boots and boss killer boots, or upgrade boots later. Light-plated boots have strap by the calves, but they both have, right? Oh, I do have a pair here. So we can see the difference. Let's remove those because they are blue. Oh, the straps do look different. But they both have straps. Oh, did I sell the Magic Find ones? Alright. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. Zarfen, can you blow us a kiss? No. What? I'm not gonna blow you a kiss. So let's charge up. And with light plated we do 12 to 18. With greaves we do 13 to 2k. I imagined a bigger increase, but you know, it definitely makes a difference. Now, I was also using the wrong weapon switch, so it is actually much higher. 2.2 to 2.4. Alright. So you might see this number and say, well, you're only halfway to Duriel. And you're not wrong. But I still have to respec and put my points into strength. Oh, hey 80s face. Speaking of respecing and putting points into strength. I gave you a big shout out at the start of the stream for being persistent in telling me I was wrong about kick damage, because I did some research after the stream and I definitely was. So shout out to 80s face again for telling me I was wrong and not giving up when I told him that he was wrong, because now I understand kick damage. And there is a respec in our future before we take on Duriel. If someone didn't watch at the start and is wondering what I'm talking about, strength and dexterity makes a massive difference for your base kick damage, which I did not know. And I was even pretty certain that it was not the case, since I had never heard anything like that before. A shout out for not believing in Zarfen. Yeah, and to my defense, when someone says something in chat, no offense again, but I mean, over 50% of chat suggestions are not true. And I don't mean this in a mean way, but just see how many times I've received a suggestion to buy a wand with charges of amplified damage. And I don't mind, by the way, just saying that. Forgive me for not trusting new information right away.
Yes.
So unfortunately, we spent all of our gold there. So I guess we can kiss the dreams of gambling a circlet goodbye. Never stop learning even after 25 years. Yes, and that's what's so amazing about Diablo 2. For me. I mean, I guess we could respec now and just see what the damage looks like. Since I'm not using Cloak of Shadows anyway, right?
Greetings.
Alright, so I am 95% certain that the right move is to go as many points into Dragon Tail as possible and then the rest in Tiger Strike. The reason, because that results in higher total damage. There is an argument that since the bosses we are going to start encountering have more fire resistance than they have physical resistance, it might be better to put them into Tiger Strike, but I'm not gonna pull out a spreadsheet. So I'm just gonna go by my gut feel against better judgment. And then I don't think we need dexterity for anything. We might want to be wearing a claw at some point, so maybe we want like 33 for a wrist spike, or a wrist sword. But I'm just gonna go all strength, because strength is slightly better than dexterity. And this is gonna be exciting. Maybe this is a skill shrine. No, it was not a skill shrine. We're still a bit off, but I mean, we're getting there. Now our min damage is as high as our max damage was before, right? So 22 to 33. It would be nice to find a skill shrine just to see what that does. You may be able to get a lower resist one by Act 4. Yeah, I've never bought one in Act 4, but from what I read, it seems to be possible, if I understand the numbers correctly, to buy one in Act 4. Before that, I am certain that you can't buy a lower resist one though. And there is something, when you buy stuff from merchants, it is like the base principle is that the items that the vendors offer to you is based on your character level. But in normal, there is a cap for every act. So in Act 1, you can only buy items up to item level 12, and in Act 2 it's up to 20. Then it is 25 for Act 3. Not 100% sure on that. Then it's 36 in Act 3, and 45, I believe, in Act 5. Not 100% sure on the numbers, but something like that. Which is very punishing for a challenge like this. And coincidentally, that is the reason why you can always buy socketed armors and helms and stuff in Act 1 and 2 of normal. Zarfen, I have a strategy guidebook for Diablo 2 I bought in a store 20 years ago if you want it. Might have some good tips. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll let you know if I want you to look up some stuff for me. But yeah, it's probably not accurate anymore then. Ooh. By the way, we were talking about my life total before. I'm down to under 100. Bad news. Bad news. But I mean, we need all the damage we can get. And in case you're wondering what we're doing now, I guess we are sneakily looking for gem shrines as well, but mainly we're looking for a skill shrine, just to see what our max damage is. Wasn't there another shrine? Oh, here. Yeah, Duriel is not gonna have time to hit you. No, I'm not worried about Duriel. I'm worried about farming and every other enemy. One shot kill, 1 HP hardcore challenge when? The best I can do is do 1 HP hardcore and see how quickly I can get one shot. How does that sound? Looking for Bay and then die. Yeah, something like that. Actually, that will be interesting. Do you think his voice line cuts off if we kill him before he can finish saying looking for Bale? I don't think so, but it would be cool. Holy face cam. Yeah, I'm what's the reverse of faceless? A faceful? A faced streamer? A faceless streamer now? I mentioned this at the start, but I'm going on Mr. Lama's stream for some Diablo 2 trivia later today. And I thought that I might as well appear on camera for that, since otherwise it's kind of like not as fun for that stream, I guess. So then I thought I might as well get some face cam practice in. Alright, let's see. Oh, we have a theoretical possibility to one-shot Duriel on level 25. Oh no, actually, I forget the fire resistance. Okay, but our damage number is touching 4K. That is pretty cool to see, actually. I'm just looking at the number. That is very cool to see. So skill shrines are OP, skill levels are OP, strength is OP. So I mean, we know now exactly what we need. And Greaves, of course. I mean, just the +3 to fire skills add like 500 damage. Alright, so, but then by level 25 we should definitely be able to do it, I think. Or sorry, level 27. So let's go back to Act 2 and grind out the last 2 levels. Yeah, even if we fail, just, I mean, dealing 4k damage before Act 3 normal is pretty cool. But because, you know, my challenge characters, I mean, I'm sure you remember the crafting only barbarian with throwing axes. He did not ever break 4k even in hell. He broke like, well, not even, he didn't even break 2k, right? Zarfen just looted some rare camera of a whale from Mephisto recently, yeah. Oh, hey Smelps, what's the trivia topic for today? Well, actually he didn't tell us, so I'm going in blind. I watched the last few trivia rounds, and I think he's putting together some great questions, like very varied and like fun questions. And I was, from my perspective, very happy to see that it was not like all end game and speedrunning focused and stuff. So I have known the answer to a few questions, but of course I do not expect to do amazingly, because I know a lot of Diablo 2, but in like a very small box, I talked about just recently. I know the item level caps for buying stuff from merchants in normal, because that often comes up in challenge runs. But for example, I couldn't tell you what... I couldn't list all the level 85 areas, or like... I couldn't tell you which items Diablo in Hell can't drop, for example, and stuff like that. I couldn't even tell you what the organs for doing Ubers are called. Like Diablo's horn, I know. But I think it's gonna be a good time. So now, let's go and grab 2 more levels, and then we will one-shot Duriel easy peasy. Asterix on easy peasy. Nice, nice. Oh, I can even one-shot them with... I can even one-shot them with 2 charges. I forgot about the 98 HP thing. 98 HP, now this Grand Charm with +9 HP doesn't look that bad. Oh yeah, actually, interesting. I mean, if you found a Grand Charm that said plus 10% life, you would use it, right? I would think so. So let's equip it before going back. That was rough. I guess we should save jewels because we want to craft something eventually. Because, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I mean, blood gloves for up to 10% crushing blow we might very well run into a situation where our only chance to one-hit something is to get a high damage roll from like Dragon Tail and score a crushing blow strike. You know what the worst part is? I don't remember which tomb I died in. I think it was this one. Yeah, blood rings would be good to craft. They require a soul rune, so that's gonna take a while. I don't think it was this tomb. Yeah, blood rings would be great to craft. How do you make a soul? Is it like 3 am runes and 1 am rune is 3 Thal runes? Is that right? Oh, you went right. Okay, so I'm on the wrong side of the map. Doing Ubers with my Amazon this weekend. Wish me luck. Oh, good luck, Barry. What kind of Amazon? Is it a homebrew? I'm very much a Ubers noob. I've done Ubers like 5 times, all times with a smiter. So I don't know much about that at all. But as far as I know... Oh, Boason. Oh, that's pretty crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it with an Amazon or a Boason. Okay, it's not this tomb. That's for sure. Thal plus chipped topaz. Oh! Alright, TTD, thank you for pointing that out. I should not upgrade all my gems then to flawed. I need to keep some... I need to keep a few chipped gems for upgrading purposes. Good call, good call. I did not consider that, because I am very certain that we're gonna have to use the cube to upgrade runes at some point. Another good rune word is strength. Adds plus 20 strength, which we discovered adds a lot of kick damage. And also 25 crushing blow. Is Spirit Sword relevant? Yeah. Why not? Yeah, Spirit Sword could be big. 2 skills. If I can find the... actually, it's gonna be very hard to... Because basically I need a sword and shield combo or whatever. That gives me more than plus 3 to skills to make it better than Leaf. Okay, that was sloppy. I was thinking. Alright. Just farm a Saigon shield then, yeah, exactly. This does not look great, right, for the future of the challenge, already falling apart, only 2 hours in. Leaf only gives to fire skills. Oh yeah, that's true. If I got plus to all skills, it would also boost Tiger Strike. That's a very good point. Yeah, that's true. Alright, let's do no more deaths on this stream. And of course, I mean, if I have Spirit, that adds a lot of survivability, so it will be nice for progress. Ooh, we already found that Arctic Bindings. We have one already in the stash from last stream. Now I kind of wish, if we find like 2 more, I kind of wish it was like in Diablo 3, where you can cube set pieces together to get another random piece. Not that that set will be very good for us, but the belt has a 2 set piece bonus of 40 magic find, I wanna say. Alright, now I don't have any excuses anymore. What am I doing? I'm just thinking about the next step and not even paying attention. I guess I haven't really internalized my low HP yet. Good luck finding a 4 OS sword in normal though. Yeah, but you can find a white sword. Not in Act 2, but you can find a white sword and then cube sockets with a cube, right? With an amethyst. I'm gonna have to edit out this part of the stream from the VOD later. Unacceptable. Right, 107 HP. Broadsword was on ground, yeah, but right now I don't think the item level is high enough for it to even be able to have +4 4 sockets, even if you go to Larsuk. Right. Needs to be item level 24. Right, and what is the item level here? Like 17? Jesus was catching up on stream and saw you die. Forgot this wasn't a HC run and my heart dropped, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to jinx it before we even started, but you know, the 1 HP hardcore challenge that I'm talking about basically every stream, I'm so excited. But I mean, how am I gonna be able to stream that? I'm gonna have to like turn off my second monitor so I don't even can look at chat. And like I don't know how I'm gonna keep the attention up for an entire stream on that challenge.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Ooh, charm. +5 strength one time. Oh, +2 strength, I'll take it. Maybe +5 can't really spawn already. I think it should be able to. But I mean, I'm happy with +2. Not gonna, you know, disrespect that. Oh, we don't have the skill shrine. I wanted to compare it with the extra 2 strength, but I forget what. We don't have a skill shrine, so it's not our max damage anyway. Pause screen's coming a little bit. Not that that would have saved me, so I'm not exactly sure what I was trying to accomplish. Oof, extra strong, lightning enchanted. 9 HP.
I am overburdened.
I mean, I don't have that many flawed gems, but I talked about it a little bit before, that maybe I need a sort of a leveling up set.
I am overburdened.
Of like an armor and a helm with just rubies in it for life.
I am overburdened.
Though it would suck to give up the magic find. Such a greedy goblin.
I am overburdened.
And of course, we are hoping for +1 martial arts on an amulet. But that is like, I'm not even sure, but it's way less than 1% to get that. But of course, that's not the only good thing we can get. I mean, for example, right now, the only damage our amulet adds is 1 strength. Our gloves are magic find, or sorry, our rings. So if we get a ring or an amulet with strength or dexterity, that's gonna add to damage. As I said, martial arts on the amulet's gonna be nice, add to damage. Sorry, nice rare. I see magic find, I equip. Actually, I haven't even looked at him. Alright, nothing particularly impressive. Well, I do have some nice... I mean, if I put this one and this one in a helm, that's gonna add like 50% to my life total, so it might be worth considering actually. But on the same other hand, I want to make these into perfect rubies for crafting at some point, so... I guess I'm gonna have to roll a glass cannon. Why do you have the cube full of rings? I'm waiting to re-roll them until I hit level 27, because then the amulets will have a chance to spawn with +1 martial arts, combat 3. Which could add a very noticeable amount of damage to us. Drop rings into second tab. Yeah, that would be the correct thing to do. Oh, I saw a light, so I thought maybe it was I read it as large charm. Right? I mean, experience is definitely coming slower. With our higher level and
I can't carry anymore.
having to play more carefully. That's not gonna... Okay, let's see how much it sells for. The one-shot challenge going through hell. I'm not sure how far it will make it, but I can with 99% certainty say that it's not gonna make it through hell. I don't think that is possible. Holy crap, that's a death trap. What player count are you on? We're currently doing players 8 just to try and power out the missing experience. Though it's not going very well after our respec to no vitality. So maybe it's better to like cut it in half and actually kill some stuff. Zarfen in his Hawaiian shirt while it's like 8 degrees out. But I am inside, so... But yeah, I see your point. Though it's not that cold outside right now. Though I'm not gonna lie, it is pretty cold outside. We have the second coming of winter right now. Not winter, but... we're not in true spring yet, in my opinion. Man, they deal so much damage. I'm really missing that 1 point in Cloak of Shadows right now.
I can't carry anymore.
But I just don't think it's reasonable to not put everything towards damage. Good morning, Aram. Well, it's going well. We have a plan that we're working towards, and I'm currently trying to get to level 27. And I actually think we can do it after that. I might be underestimating how much Duriel's 20 lightning fire resistance is gonna mess with us. But we will give it a few tries, yeah, at least. on level 27.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Also trying to acquire a bit of gold. Since there are a few things that we would really like to gamble. But I have very little gold right now in the stash. Alright, it feels like I figured out the playstyle at least. I need to hit and run a lot more than what I could do with 200 HP. Thought I heard a ring. Yeah, experience is really slowing down. But then again, it is not very common that you get to level 27 in Act 2. Actually, should I have been doing some, what's it called, Beetle Burst runs instead? Probably not now, but maybe earlier, like when we were level 21, it might have been better to just do Beetle Burst over and over. But I mean, we're getting beetles in the tombs as well, I guess.
I am overburdened.
Ooh, level 27 for Honor rune word. Okay, actually, that won't give me that much, right? Remember that kicks do not benefit from a strong weapon, like weapon base damage or weapon ED. I guess Honor has some strength on it. But with an Am rune, we might as well make strength, right? And by the way, I tested this on my test assassin. I made another assassin just to test out some setups, and this actually, let me, where is it? The leaf staff with plus 3 fire skills actually outperforms 2 strength claws,
Good day to you,
even with
partner.
plus 40 strength. Oh, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube, Yaginator. I appreciate it. Though of course, when I tested that, I did it with one particular setup that I had at the time. Might of course not be true for all setups and skill levels. And of course, but then of course I tested with 2 of them. So 1 strength is definitely not gonna outperform Leaf. Oh, Honor has useless deadly strike also. Yeah, unfortunately also not gonna help. Gambled any malls yet? No, and I don't think we will ever do that. Maybe if I really need a stronger weapon for Tiger Strike. Like for the charging up part.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
How much would Leaf boost Fists of Fire? Well, 3 points, right? But I'm not sure if Fists of Fire gets buffed by like fire damage from another gear in some weird way. Maybe
I
it
am
does.
overburdened.
But I talked a little bit about it earlier, but because of how Dragon Tail works, Fists of Fire will actually reduce your total damage.
I am overburdened.
I want to pick up that ring, so I guess we'll have to go to town. Yeah, lore is 27. The problem is getting a soul rune. So let's see, we can farm rels sort of reliably from the countess, and then you get. So you have rel, ort, so that's 9, and then thal, that's 27, and then it's amn, that's 81. So you're looking at like 240 rel runes to make a lore. That sounds too much. Maybe I miscalculated somewhere, but you're looking at a lot of countess runs if you wanna make a lore. Unfortunately, I would love to. Oh, good point, Jan. All leaf is a staff, and you can only use Fist of Fire with a claw. Good point. Sounds like a challenge. 200 rel runes sounds like a one-day's job. A little side challenge. How fast can I farm 200 rel runes in normal? Well, 5 more points of damage. No, points of strength.
Good evening.
Let me pull up the calculator. So you have rel runes, and you need 3 rel runes for 1 ort, and then you need 3 times that for 1 thal, and then you need 3 times that for 1 amn, and then you need 3 times that. All right, so it is, yeah, I was doing times 3 one time too many, so it is 81 rel runes for lore. Or I guess 84, because you need 1 ort as well. So 84 rel runes for lore. Which is a lot less than 200 something, but still quite a lot. I think at that point... No, actually I don't think that is true. I was gonna say, I think at that point you might as well farm gold and try to gamble circlets, but the problem with circlets is that they are very expensive and they have so many affixes, so trying to get +1 to martial arts is like gonna be 1 in several 100% like chance. Given how slow the experience has become as well, I really hope we can do it at level 25. 7.
I am overburdened.
27. Can you find +1 martial arts gloves from a shop? Not in Act 2, because the
I am overburdened.
item level is capped at 20. You could, in theory, gamble like leather gloves and get it. I forget, I looked it up and I forgot what level you need, like item level you need for martial arts gloves. I should not be selling my rings. Well, good that my subconscious is at least catching my problems. Because I do something and then like, wait a minute, that did not feel correct. And then I adjust. I guess if we're not one-shotting enemies anyway, I can use my Magic Find boots. What is the highest rune to drop from Hellforge in normal? I think it is Sol. I got Amn on my last run, so I know those are possible. Is Amn max? Alright, I thought you could get a Sol, but maybe Amn is max. It says 20 in Battle.net magic prefixes. Yeah, that site is very useful, but it's a bit poorly phrased, because that 20 is the required affix level, right? Which is not the same as item level, unfortunately. Man. We need to finish up Duriel soon. Alright, Amn is the max. That's unfortunate. And we can't even hope for a lucky Sol. Oh, it is eye level 26. Alright, yeah. Which tomb am I in? Well, that's kind of sucks, because if it is eye level 26 for leather gloves, that means that even if we can gamble for it now, we're only gonna have like a 50% chance to even be able to roll the martial arts tree. Which probably makes it not worth pursuing. Because when you gamble an item, of course, the item level is a range from -5 to +4 from your character level. So if I am level 26 and we need eye level 26, half of the time the item is not even gonna be able to be that high. And of course, there's no way to know in-game what the item level is. Especially not before gambling, I guess. Kind of starting to struggling to hit with Tiger Strike as well, which is of course very bad news. I'm blushing at a compliment. Thank you. Sorry I ask, but Ancient Tunnels, it is area 85 on Hell, so theory would be that that area is also highest on normal difficulties to get higher items of item. Yeah, I think so. I think they follow the same pattern, only that they are higher in Nightmare and normal.
Can't carry anymore.
Oh, actually, that is not true. Because in normal, or in Hell, the Mausoleum is a level 85 area. Which is the same as the Worldstone Keep. But of course, in normal, they can't be the same area level, right? That just doesn't make any sense. Like the Worldstone Keep and the Mausoleum. So I don't think what I said is right, because it makes no sense. Concentrating like I'm playing an esports tournament, just because I don't want to die another time now. on stream. They are hitting so hard. I'm actually starting to think that progress between the act bosses is gonna be a huge challenge of its own if we're gonna run around with
I can't carry anymore.
base level vitality.
Impossible.
Actually, it's kind of funny. It's like strength only assassin, but on accident. I didn't think about that before. Oof, close. It felt like Dragon Tail wasn't going off at first.
Impossible.
That probably sells for a decent amount of gold. Oh. Guess I have to go to town. Not only that, you have to deal with council members, flare shamans, and bloodlords in Act 2. Bloodlords? Oh, in Act 3.
It is an honor to serve you.
I don't think... Can bloodlords really spawn in Act 2? Oops, I thought I was at Farah. Man, I'm really off today. I'm like trying to deposit gold at Farah. I'm trying to sell stuff to my inventory. Not a good sign for the future. Oh, Bloodlord is a vampire. Alright, my bad. I thought it was the Frenzy guys. But you understand exactly what I meant though, so that's good. Yeah, those are gonna be tricky. But... Sorry, I had a big old sneeze. But I think, yeah, of course, but single elites or like single enemies, that's gonna be one thing, but I think the most problematic area is gonna be areas where I get swarmed. Like the dolls are gonna be an absolute pain, right? Okay, explain what the rules are. Well, you have the rules in this corner, but basically the whole premise is that we are trying to one-shot every enemy in Diablo 2. Right now I'm not one-shotting anything, but we added a exception to the rule that if I repeat an area, I don't have to one-shot it. Just to speed up farming whenever it's needed. But basically, killing everything, including act bosses, in one hit. And we are currently stuck at Duriel in normal. And this is the third stream, I believe, so I mean we have our work cut out for us, but it's a very fun challenge so far. You know, this challenge is half theory crafting, half playing, of course. But that's a fun way to play Diablo 2, if you ask me. Yep, this is the... I thought, since we're farming, we might as well... Ooh, run! We might as well clear out a path to... Like the real path to the real. So we can hopefully go there. I guess I need a skill shrine, so maybe this isn't even... the game where we do the attempt. Okay, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, but I mean, if we go back to players 1, it should be a lot easier to go back to the real. Holy crap, that damage. And all the trash mobs instantly resurrected by the stupid mummies. Have you tried what percentage of damage you deal to Duriel at the moment? Not for this stream. But of course, we know approximately how much damage we do, and to Duriel, I mean, with his resistance and everything, and we know how much life he has.
See you.
Good day.
But I think we're gonna do it like last time. Once I reach level 27, we're not gonna look at our damage numbers, but we're gonna go and give Duriel a try. You know, just for the thrill to see, is it enough, is it not enough? And then if we fail, we can look at our stats and see how far off we were. So we're gonna go to level 27, and I also think, actually,
I can't carry
yeah, hold that thought about progressing right now. I do think that I am also going to... Man, I have too much stuff. I think that I'm also going to try and upgrade a few gems before we take on Duriel. Just for a little strength boost. Makes sense. So you have one-shot all of these enemies once. Yeah, exactly. So I have made it to Duriel once before, so that's the reason why I'm allowing myself to just play sloppily here. Making the most out of gold. What about stack different charges? Not a good idea, unfortunately. It's even as bad as more points into these skills will actually lower Dragon Tail damage.
Hello.
I like that. A one-hit killer should have a bone helm. Okay, that can stay. And now I'm gonna do what you've asked me to do a long time ago. Put all the rings in the stash so I have more space for hoarding loot while we are out and about. An idea how long you'll stream today? Well, I have that thing with on Mr. Lama's stream at 6 p.m. CET, so in 2 hours and 15 minutes. But I do think that I need to take a short break before that, because you know, if you watch my streams, you can usually maybe you know that the streams usually fall apart somewhere around 3-4 hours, even more misplays, trouble speaking, etc. So I need a bit of a break before that. So maybe 1 hour more or something. Ding, 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 ding. You know, playing whilst listening to the stream is making me go nuts. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I can relate to that when I watch stuff. So for everyone who's magic finding right now, oh, look out. You're finding jar runes and bear runes. I guess it doesn't sound like that when runes drop on the ground, right? Oh, it does. Nice. Anyway, that stupid joke. Let's grab a few more levels. I mean, we can try Duriel just to see how far off we are. Now I didn't leave any enemies to punch, but I mean, since we are here, we might as well try it, because I think I ended up on that we will not take on Duriel yet, because I don't only want the level, I also want more... I also want more gems. Thank you, TTD, for remembering me, reminding me to go back to Players 1. So since this is not a real attempt, we can Oh, maybe we can't? Holy shit, okay, we can't. I was gonna say we can just charge up on Duriel, but never mind. Man, dying so much today. An embarrassment of a streamer.
There's nothing the right potion can't cure.
Duriel just leveled up. Oh no, yeah. That would be a cool mechanic. I remember watching a video essay or something about that, because if you have played Lord of the Rings Shadows of Mordor, that game has a super cool mechanic that if an elite orc or elite goblin kills you, they do actually level up and get new abilities and get stronger. Very cool. But apparently the guys who made that game patented or trademarked that, that mechanic. So no one else could do a system like that, like a nemesis system. So apparently no one else could use it, and they never did anything with it either. Bastards. Yeah, alright, yeah. People are agreeing with me that it was called the nemesis system. Yeah, super cool system. Patented, like scumbag corporate scum trademarks it and then don't do anything with it. How can that be patented? I'm not sure if it was patented, but it was somehow legally protected. But, you know, trademark, maybe it was trademarked. But yeah, that world is crazy to me. There's things you can trademark and, like, protect. Well, I technically am infringing on Blizzard's IP right now, right? I am making something out of their IP without their explicit permission, which is of course the entire thing that like Twitch and YouTube is built upon, the like unspoken rule that it is okay to do so. But you might have heard that Nintendo has, in a few instances, striked YouTube channels for using their IP. But from what I can tell, every time that has happened, those creators have done something that Nintendo is explicitly against, like modding the game and sharing the mods or doing inappropriate stuff, right? Is this really player 8? Now I feel strong all of a sudden. Nintendo is a whole different story, yeah. Offer plus 12 small charm for a bear rune. I'll take it. Though I don't have a bear rune. I have a tendency to sell my Sir rune, so I'm never able to make a full bear.
I can't carry anymore.
Wasn't that 2 shots? Yes. I am repeating an area right now, and I've changed the rules since last stream that I am allowed to
I am overburdened.
multi-shot enemies when I repeat areas. And only to may like speed it up, because, you know, we are 3 streams in, and we are still in Act 2 normal. Welcome to my... Fuck. I was gonna say welcome to my channel. Don't forget the Grand Charm. Oof. Did I miss a Grand Charm? I kind of wish... Yeah, there is a cam. Hello, Straylol. I kind of wish I didn't have a cam, because you wouldn't have to see me getting so embarrassed when I die over and over. Is this the right tomb? No, I went in another tomb, right? The Nemesis system was copyrighted and patented by Warner Bros. Oh man, that's right, scumbag Warner Bros. Man, sorry, I have to leave that Grand Charm. I don't know where my body is. All right, focus. Focus for 2 more bars, then you can relax a little bit. Welcome to my death, yeah. Welcome to the assassin dead. Grand charm for the raccoon gods. Yeah, and you know it was a +5 strength charm as well, right? Alright. Just 2 more bars. Stay together for 2 more bars of experience. Reverse assassin kills herself. That's kind of funny for like a funny character, you know, satire on a character archetype. I'm gonna try to pick up that ring as long as the fight doesn't move too far away so I forget about it. I guess the reason why I felt last game or the last tomb was easy was because it didn't have the freaking beetles. They're absolutely destroying me. This statement was made by a 109 HP assassin playing on player safe, by the way. So maybe I shouldn't blame the beetles. I guess they aren't even beetles, they are scarabs. Alright. 1.5 bars to go. You can do it. At least, I mean, I don't lose experience when I die, luckily. A necromancer with corpse explosion, but he can only use his own corpse for it. That made me think of another stupid, or stupid and fun, I guess, Diablo 2 meme. Or Diablo meme, I guess. It was, you know, this scene from The Lord of the Rings where Frodo says he'll take the ring and Legolas says, "You have my sword." No, it's like this. Someone says, "Friends, someone so-and-so killed my brother. You need to help me avenge my brother." And then the warrior says, "You have my sword." And the archer says, "You have my bow." And the necromancer says, "And you have your brother." Oh, stupid. I didn't maybe retell it very well, but it was quite funny to me.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm really longing for a necromancer challenge, by the way, but not like the poison dagger one I did. I would try like to do a
I am overburdened.
summon necro playthrough somehow. Why am I picking this up even? I'm never gonna use a 3-socketed sword. And if I need one, I can buy one, a broadsword from Farah anytime. Do a skeleton only necro challenge. Yeah, that's the only like spin I have come up with. Like do a skeleton only, but you know, be very literal. No, no mercenary, no curses, no corpse explosion. But I'm not sure if that's very fun. Because like then you're not doing anything. Like it's like the parody of the necromancer class. If you don't even cast curses and corpse explosion. And they are resistant to both fire and poison. Alright, not very much longer for a level up. Ooh. Ooh, loot. Chain boots. Oh, for a couple of seconds I thought maybe these are heavy boots, Sanders Riprap, but of course they aren't, and also I'm not gonna use any boots that are not greaves. Oh, sorry. Good boots, but we can't use non-greaves. Ooh, at exactly the same time. Yeah, I mean, it's the D2 player natural instinct. See green or gold and go, ooh.
I am overburdened.
I'm gonna jinx myself so hard, but it feels like I'm starting to not play as sloppy. Famous last words. Is there a... Oh, here it is. Like a chest room, I was gonna say. Ooh, nice. That was a lot of experience. I guess it was an elite. Like a champion. I guess technically they are called super uniques, right? But I'm not a big fan of that wording, because uniques are items to me. Me in Diablo 3 when the star appears on the map.
Stay a while.
Yeah, I can relate, I can relate. And also the big beam, or the like orange beam from the sky. I'm gonna, just to train myself to not be such a hoarder, I'm gonna actually sell that.
I am overburdened.
So I think what I... No, this is going to be... Luckily, one-shotting Mephisto Duriel isn't gonna be rely on me pressing my buttons accurately, because then we would be screwed. So we are level 27. I really, really need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna do it quickly. And then we're gonna... So we can cube all of these. Let's see how many we have. We have 3, 4... I mean, only 4 chances at an amulet is not a lot. I guess it's gonna be 5 if we cube these to a ring and then back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 shots at getting the amulet we want. Out of like several hundred available options. Then I think I'm going to do some gem shrine farming and try to get 2 perfect amethysts to put in this helm to boost strength. And then I think we'll give it a try. And if that doesn't work, we can either... If that... And also probably... I mean, just any pair of gloves. If I can find a pair of gloves with 2 strength, that's gonna be better. Actually, let's write this up so I don't forget about it. And we can use this. So, plan. Gem Shrine for 2x perf ammo. Cube Rings Hope for +1 martial arts. I already forgot what the last thing was. Oh yeah, get any gloves that do anything. And I mean, I really hope I get... I mean, these rings are not doing anything for us either, right? Were there any strength rings? No. Right, none of these rings are really gonna help us either. Oh, here we have another 2 rings, alright. Don't try and get away from us. And I think that is the low-hanging fruit. We do still have this. This is at least 1 strength and 1 dexterity. No, it was energy, never mind. Other things we could do is try and craft a pair of blood gloves. Other than that, I don't quite know. Feel free to share your ideas while I run to the bathroom. Killing Duriel. I'm not ballsy enough to be putting killing Duriel in 5 minutes. Are you sure kicks have more damage than a well-rolled maul? I am over 90% sure, but I have not tested it. Are you allowed to use shared stash tabs in your challenges? I usually don't, but for this and like for my past 2 stream challenges, for this one and for my crafting only one, I have used them because I wanted to keep so much junk. But I don't always, and of course if I do, I clear them out first, so I don't use any stuff from another character. Alright, be right back. Yo. Would a 3-socket armor with 3 perfect gems help for 30 more strength? Yeah, it would definitely be better than this. I mentioned this early on stream that since we're in Act 2 and the next act, Act 3, has lower cost, I would prefer to save as much gem, rune and jewel grinding as possible. So I'm going to try with just the gems in the helm. If that doesn't work, I will shop for Farah for a 3-socketed breastplate and 3 more gems, I guess. But it's gonna be so rough to farm gem shrines for 5 perfect amethysts. What damage are we up to? We cracked 4k character screen damage, but of course that doesn't take into consideration his fire resistance. Discovered you on YouTube, love your challenge runs. Oh, thank you, Leroy Enfield. I'm glad you enjoy my challenge runs. Peace rune word needs 29 and has +2 critical strike. Interest. Oh no, wait, yeah. Crit and deadly strike and critical strike does not work for kicks, unfortunately. Very interesting though. Need a shale rune, of course, but I mean, I've said it before that the cube is a blessing and a curse because it opens up possibilities, but it also opens up a lot of like very impractical but theoretically possible solutions. So, well, let's start by doing some fun stuff with the cube. Oh, I guess I read a few messages I didn't reply to. Jagginator, would it be reasonable to skip a work meeting and consider the stream research? Absolutely. Just tell me what you work with, if you want, of course, and I'll say a few words about it, so you can pretend legit, so you can, like, in good conscience, tell your boss it was job related. Check max damage scaling before cubing. Check plus max damage scaling before cubing. I'm not sure what you mean, said XQL. Oh, peace also as attacker takes damage. Yeah, I'm not allowing that, unfortunately. Is the double claw hit allowed yet? Sure, but I don't think it's gonna be better. Oh, I work for a game dev company, so it's technically job related. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, then you're good. We can talk about Diablo 2's great item like role. How do you say it? Itemization strategy. Edge Rune Word has Edge Rune Word is a bow, has also 300 damage to demons. Yeah, unfortunately, damage to demons and damage to undead also doesn't work against kicks. Kicks have a lot of things that don't work with them, unfortunately. Yeah, kicks suck in a way, but base damage for kicks are very good, as I learned between the runs. Is it really possible to get enough damage to one-shot an act boss? It is impossible. It is impossible to one-shot an act boss, Mehmet, because we did one-shot on Duriel last time. So, oh, rings on the rings and the amulets you have, they got plus max damage. No, unfortunately, plus max damage and plus min damage does not get carried over to kicks at all. It does nothing. First one was a brick. 16 MF. You know I like it. One to energy. Of course, what we're hoping for, if you have joined recently, is +1 to martial arts. And I saved all my rings from this stream until level 27, because at level 27, the rings you craft with this will be item level 20, which is the minimum required to be able to get +1 to martial arts. But of course, very slim chances, but you know... Oh no! The wrong tree. Right character, but wrong tree. Man, what a cruel roll. Oh, just as I said, the chances were super slim. That's cruel. Oh man. A dagger. Oh, it would have been better if it wasn't for the assassin. And of course, in every other assassin, you would prefer this, right, to martial arts. Oh, we're gonna put this on and cry. Maybe for some good luck. So we have like a few chances left. We can re-roll these into rings and then do one more, probably. But if we get a plus strength ring, we will save it. Yeah, D2 in a nutshell. Definitely, Archie. Is gambling allowed? Yes. Oh, overlay still on. Oh, thank you, Kamadin. Sorry. Both overlays on. Thank you for pointing it out. I might have a webcam now, but I'm still very much a noob streamer. And are we really gonna walk away from all these rolls with nothing to show for it? I need strength, not energy.
Not in town.
Well, now we're out of stuff. Oh, I guess I'm 90% sure, 95% sure it doesn't work with our rare, yeah. I mean, this would be kind of nice. Magic find. Is there any world where we are going to rely on boss farming, like killing Andariel over and over for a specific unique? I don't think so.
Good day to you,
That would be
partner.
like Goblin toes, but I don't think so. Oh, thank you, Guttegubben GG, or is it Guttegubben GG? Thank you for becoming a legendary goblin over on YouTube. I appreciate it very much. You can keep the MF amulet. Just use rings first. Oh, I do have 3 rings. Thank you. 10 to energy. Imagine if this was 10 strength. That would also be awesome, man. Okay, it's not like it was closer just because it was another stat, but... yes, game trolling mechanics. See, this is worth skipping the meeting for. Yeah, great, Jaginator, yeah. Of course, I mean, as frustrating as this is, it is a testament to the game, right? That I care so much about something like that. Okay, ring of strength, please, please. Man, we didn't get anything even slightly useful. We didn't get even 1 strength or dexterity on any of the rolls. That feels quite unlucky. Though if you look at all the available affixes, it was probably not unlucky. Diablo 2 is secretly a casino simulator. Yeah, I agree. You were right, the chances are slim, yeah. Farm a soul and use lore for +1. If we have to stray lol, I will do it, but we need to farm counters for, like, we calculated that we need to farm counters for 84 Ral runes to make lore. Degenerate, cheers, cheers. Or anywhere you can farm fast. That is true, Comadrin. But do you think anywhere is faster for runes than the countess? It's the same thing as when people bet on horse 5 and say they were close because number 4 won. Yeah, it's exactly the same, Domstar. So it's absolute nonsense. I mean, I don't have it anymore, but the +1 to traps isn't any closer to martial arts than this is, of course, but it feels like it. We also didn't get +1 to light radius, yeah, so we got that going for us. Yeah, Diablo 2 is one of the only games that always can get me excited. Yeah, it is very, still, after all these years. Oh, I wasn't talking runes, you were talking jewelry. Oh, I see, Cameron. Yeah, definitely, definitely.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Thank you, Jugginator, for the gifted YouTube membership. I appreciate it. Yeah, so maybe if we pick a slightly easier area, do players 3 and just run through. Oh, you guys. I'm not even reading your comments because I blush when you say nice things, but thank you for being nice to me on my webcam premiere, I guess. You can go farm Act 1 if you really want jewelry. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're completely right. I did sort of a brain whoopsie because I don't need high-level jewelry because the role is always going to be based on my character level. So that is right. Oh, I had one more, but yeah, only one. Oh, excuse me. Oh, farm chests on players 8 for gold. Yeah. Are there any super chests in Act 2? Yeah, crit doesn't work with the kicks, unfortunately. There are a lot of things that don't work, like crit, damage to demons, damage to undead, damage ED or base damage from your weapon, plus min damage, plus max damage, plus flat damage. So grief doesn't work with kicks, like it works with smite, for example. I think those are the main things, which is very restrictive. The sewers have super chests. Alright, nice. Oh yeah, every false tomb has a super chest. Oh, you guys. Yeah, arcane as well. Oh, you. Now you're making me blush. Okay, while we think about that, let's go and try and upgrade our... Oh, actually, we can do this. This will ruin our prospects for going for even more amethysts. But now we only need to find 4 gem shrines, right? Okay, let's do that, so we don't stand in town for another hour. So we have one really close here, and we could like save and exit the game as soon as we enter this place. Let's... I'm not sure if it makes sense to do player 7, but they all die from like 1 hit anyway. And just, you know, hope for some extra small rings and stuff. So we can tag those 2 shrines in hopes for gem shrines, of course. And now I wish I had burst of speed, of course. The tower also has super chests. But also, I mean, it's better to do a super chest in Act 2, because then you might get a high level ring anyway, like just naturally, and don't need to rely on cubing them. Yeah, arcane might be might be the place. Though, I mean, I like the ideas, but power farming for magic jewelry, just to have a chance to cube it, is probably very low. How do you say? Low chance of success, since you not only need to find 3 rings, you also need to cube them and hope to get the amulet you want. But I mean, at this point, I would take a ring with +1 strength, because we don't have any rings. We used to have a couple of plus max damage rings, but of course those don't help kicks. And right now I'm using 2 magic find rings, and they will do nothing against the real. Oh, Lord Charm. This should be able to roll at least a few points in a few stats. Right, but let's knock out a couple of gem shrines first. Oh, we have one here. So, oh, well, now the problem is that I need to remember. So Black Marsh is 2 to the left. Black Marsh is 2 to the left. The Dark Wood didn't have any. The Stony Field didn't have any either. Is that true? I guess it is. And the Cold Plains had 1 here and 1 here. I cubed like 3 stash tabs worth and didn't get anything good. I stopped doing it after, lol. Alright, yeah. Alright, that's not promising, and that doesn't sound promising. And exactly, that's what was kind of what I was getting at, right? That there's no guarantees. Whereas doing something like we're doing now, gem shrine farming, that is guaranteed to lead to an upgrade. They might help you find town portal scrolls. Yeah, that's true. Rare town portal scrolls. That would be cool. Unique town portal scroll teleports you to the next act. Experience shrine. I guess I should just kill any big group of enemies. Not gonna make a huge difference, but... Oh, I could also craft amulets. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I could look into some crafting recipes. Though that depends on how much gem shrine farming we wanna do. Actually, let's... I wanted to show you something interesting, in case you didn't know, because claws or weapons with +2 skills is not useless, because look now. Now our kicks do 4k max damage, and I charged this up before I hit the skill shrine. And look now, if I charge it up again, it is higher, right? So Tiger Strike does snapshot its level. So if I would have like Saigon's Shield and a weapon with +1 skills and use that to charge up Tiger Strike, that will, you know, be... Then that Tiger Strike is snapshotted if I switch to another weapon. Actually, wait a minute. Do we even need to farm the amethysts? Hold on, let me find some enemies. Like, what was that damage number? We might not even need to farm amethysts. 4.8k, even with 20 fire resistance. With 20 fire resistance, that's gonna cut it close, and it's the very top of our damage range. So I still think it makes sense to farm for some amethysts. Try. Farming PGMs, probably not worth it for crafting. 4.8k. What do you mean by 4.8k? How much does this add? This adds 6 strength. I mean, we do have a skill shrine here. Okay, it's very... the chances of success is very slim. But we can definitely go for it. Most of your damage isn't fire though, right? Well, actually most of my damage is fire. Because of this. This adds 290% fire damage on top of the physical damage I do. So I'm just gonna shop at L6 for gloves with any amount of strength on them. Or dexterity, I guess. Is that the best I can do? +1? I was genuinely asking because I wasn't sure. Yeah, so how it works is that Dragon Tail deals physical damage, but it doesn't have any bonus to your physical damage, but it does deal physical damage to the target you're attacking. And then the explosion deals fire damage based on the +290 modifier. So you do deal physical damage and fire damage, and your physical damage is very important because that, of course, is the basis for the physical damage. No, sorry, the fire damage. But your output will be mostly fire damage. Unfortunately, because the bosses have more fire resistance than they have other resistances. I mean, luckily we do have a belt with 5 strength already.
What you need?
Actually, I'm looking at helms, but is someone able to tell me if helms can even spawn with either strength or dexterity? I'm not sure, actually. Oh yeah, circlets can, for sure. The lack of treasure chests in the background is more disturbing. Ooh. Good. I mean, if I've become a webcam streamer now, I should definitely pimp out the background a little bit. You said any and you got +1. Yeah, I guess I got what I asked for, Vitaly. Rare snow, uncommon, yes. Alright, nice. Aha, you mean... Gamer is DC. Do you mean only circlets? No, sorry, that was 2 different chatters. Sorry, it looked similar to me. I'm confused. I'm seeing like +7 energy and thinking, ooh, imagine if that was strength, but I'm not sure if it's even available. I don't think so, actually.
Welcome to the desert rain.
Because I do remember from when I did the hell at level 1, starting hell at level 1, I do seem to recall that you couldn't get strength or dex on helms, but I'm not positive. Only circlets, alright. I will stop looking at helms then.
Good day.
I think the max I can get is like 2 stats on gloves, but I kind of want to keep trying. Ooh, dude, we have gold for 2 circlets. Not what we're looking for. Oh, and that's the expensive one. This might be it. This looks like Magic Find or Gold Find, but it could be a rare. You jinxed it, chat. You've been talking about stupid light radius, and here we go. Alright, I guess this is the best we're gonna get. I mean, if we're going to try Duriel, I kind of want to put those into the helm just for plus 12 strength, but then if that doesn't work, we're back to square one with gems, right? And there's no stats on any of these. One dexterity. Alright, let's give it a try. Yeah, I am on players 1, good. I guess I could still kill like big groups of enemies for the chance of... And you can see now how all of a sudden Dragon Tail can miss. But if I charge it up, it always hits. I guess it's hard to prove that it was not possible to miss, I guess. A little bit of a shame that it is... that like Duriel is so far from the entrance, so it's gonna take a really long time to walk there on every attempt. And since once I damaged him, he won't regen, so we need to save an exit for every attempt, unfortunately. Though at players 1, it was very easy to get past. Just spamming the uncharged version.
I am overburdened.
Actually, there's good density here, so if we want like the chance to get runes and like jewels and jewelry, might be a good idea to go through the tombs. But no, then I think Arcane Sanctuary is better because of the ghosts and the guaranteed super chests. Well, who knows? I guess there is an answer, but I can't be bothered to figure that out right now. Oh, 3 dexterity. Man gets excited about 3 dexterity jewel. So let's I mean, this is better than nothing. So we can do that for the just for the attempt. I kind of want to save this, so I'm not gonna cube that. It's gonna be nice to have some magic finds.
There's nothing the right poison can't cure.
Hey Zarfen, first time catching your stream. Have you considered hiring Might Emilio? Well, welcome to the stream, Smellies. Unfortunately, you can't hire Might Emilio in normal. You have to go to Nightmare. Never caught you live, love your YouTube videos. Oh, thank you, glad you do. Welcome as well, Stront. Yeah, Combat Shrine is 200 ED. Yeah, exactly. It gets added to the 1000 from Tiger Strike. So I've concluded that a Skill Shrine is better. But yeah, it's definitely it would definitely help. Oh, snap. Let me charge up a few. Man, if I die to the stupid mummies even on players 1, I'm gonna freaking end the stream on the spot. Alright, and let's go and grab the skill shrine. Now I didn't leave any enemies alive. Whoops. That was bad. That was really bad. LLD kicks in.
To you, partner.
Use. Oh, thank you, Sim550 for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Lower LLD, low-level dueling kick-ins are built with inventory full of elemental poison damage charms. Yeah, they do get added to kicks, but they are not multiplied by Tiger Strike. So for this character, elemental damage is very meh. Alright, here we go. You are right in time for an attempt, though we don't have too high hopes, right, for this, that is gonna work. What I'm doing now is I'm collecting 3 charges, because I do think I left 1 enemy alive in the tomb, so then I can hit them again to refresh the charge. Hopefully. Did I leave 1 alive? Oh, I didn't. Oh, I can pull a couple Skelly boys with me. Okay, lucky. Hopefully the skill shrine should last for at least a minute, right? I hope. I am on players 1, I hope. Let's do it again for safety, or how do you say, good luck. And I guess I don't need a safety portal, because if I don't kill Duriel, I'm gonna have to save and exit anyway. Okay, here we go. You only got 1 shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. Oh, so close! So close. Man, seeing we came so close, I kind of wanna just run it back and give it another try. So close. I mean, the last stream, which is like less than 4 hours of playtime ago, we dealt 25% to him. So it's definitely a big improvement. Run it back. Gotta let him regen. I could, because if you wait like half an hour, they do kind of respawn, or how to say it. They get their health back. But I don't have another skill shrine anyway. Actually, let's see how... No, well, we don't have a skill shrine. I wanted to see how big, what our damage number was looking like, because I didn't want to check that before, just because of it's kind of fun to see what your damage is, right? Like live. I mean, it's kind of fun to hit him and see how big is the damage. How great is the damage? How big is the damage? Do you say how big is the damage? Nice. High. High damage. Emerald in helmet would also mean more dex. Ooh, true. So maybe I could waste an emerald. Like this and this gonna be 10 dex. Alright, let's burn the bridges. We're going to get lower Karost in Act 3 anyway, so let's you know, burn some gems that I might otherwise have wanted to keep. But this is a little bit more dex. And of course, looking very stylish with that green cap. Oh, thank you, Onishiwa, for the Twitch sub. I appreciate it. Oh, this already had 1-2 strength. Thank you, D2R Degenerate, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you, Straylil, for the gifted Twitch sub. You're celebrating already, and I haven't I haven't even made it yet. I appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so much. Does Dex help with damage? I thought it was only strength. It helps with kick base damage, but it doesn't give any extra ED, so strength is better, but dexterity is also good. But in a perfect world, it would be all strength. But I want to save my high-level high-level amethysts, or high-quality amethysts, if possible. Wow, man, the amount of damage with D2R, you could taste the kill, you could taste the one shot. And I guess actually we could keep doing like we do now, because now we are kind of checking for gem shrines. But if we happen to find a skill shrine instead, we can give it a go. So we're doing both at the same time. You know what I'm trying to say. Nice thing, some fresh air in the D2 content creation. I could always stay with mostly being redundant, guys. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you liked my take on D2 content. I'm having a lot of fun creating it as well. Which you might be able to tell from how excited I get by almost killing normal Duriel. Skill shrine. Yeah, I saw the skill shrine. I'm just gonna go and check if we have a gem shrine here. And then I'll go to Duriel once again. And this time I will look at how the damage numbers look. What the damage numbers look like. Ooh, lucky that I checked. Streamer luck. First perfect amethyst. 10 strength in armors or helms. So potential, if we have 2 sockets here, 3 sockets here. I mean, you can go up to 3 in the helm and 4 in the armor, but not in normal. Maybe if you roll sockets or something, but not very easily anyway. But that is potential of plus 50 strength, and that's a lot of damage. Loot first, progress second. Ain't that the truth? The rules don't say anything about mercs. Can you use a might merc for Duriel? Or I could. Oh, sorry. I could, but you can't hire might mercenaries in normal. You need to be in nightmare or hell. In normal, you can only choose between blessed aim, defiance, or prayer. And none of those will help me very much. And I kind of love that Dragontail is getting to the point where I can just kill trash mobs without even having to charge it up. So I was kind of worried about progress, but if it's gonna be this quote-unquote easy, I am kind of hopeful again. Ooh, famous last words. I don't have any mana. Go into the portal. Oof. Those are some satisfying kicks. Yeah, it is something like the best things you can do in ARPGs is one-shot enemies, and the second best is poison them, like damage over time drain them. That is also very satisfying, like stabbing someone once with a poison dagger and then just sitting and watching the health bar go bzzz, or like for you guys it's bzzz, I guess. Or is my webcam mirrored, or is it the right way? Right now, am I pointing at the minimap or the other? No, okay, my webcam is backwards. Oh, that's gonna be problematic for me. That was a sidetrack if I ever saw one. Best not to think about it. Yeah, this brain does not need more like additional how do you say, load. But then, did I have 2 skill shrines? All right, my bad. Let's do it. No, I'm stupid. I didn't go all the way to Duriel, but I'm close, right? So it should be fine. I should have time. You're not at Duriel yet. Thank you. I wish I read your message before I went here. But I'm very close, so if I just run for it, I should have time. I don't remember how long it lasts, but I do think it's like 1 or 2 minutes. Oof. As long as I don't die on the way there. Ooh, survive. Oh, man. Okay, and here we can just stab 3 times. What? I had so much life. Or I guess I didn't. Ah. I probably didn't need to move that fast either. Rip, yeah. What great foresight I had when I made the rip icon as a chat emote. Alright, no big deal, we'll just go again. Oh, here we go, a skill shrine right away. The game took pity on us. Or on me, I guess. I probably had time to take it a little bit slower. I just joined. What's the plan? Farm until 50. If that's what we have to do, that is the plan. But we are surprisingly close to one-shotting him at level 27. So we are about to make an attempt at Duriel's life. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have access to Cloak of Shadows anymore, because I went all in on damage. We could farm 1 more level 2. Yeah, we could. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna cough. Yeah, if this doesn't work, we will go for... I think I would rather go for gem shrines and try that than level up 1 more time. Though actually, we have to level up eventually. It's just that by now, level 27, the experience is so painfully slow in Act 2. Just give Duriel one of Sweden's famous banana pizzas. Well, I don't want to buff him. I want to defeat him, not give him delicious food. Though I'm not personally a fan. In my opinion, fruit does not belong on pizza. I don't care if it's bananas or pineapples. Keep that off my delicious cheesy bread. Right, we have 1, 2... Oh, I almost went in. Okay, I have more than enough enemies. Zarfen the fruit goblin. Well, I do like the occasional fruit, but not on pizza. Not in food in general, if I want to generalize. But of course, there are some good fruity foods. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Baltasar. I thought the plan was 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10-kilometer run every day for 2 years. Well, if that's what it takes, that's what we'll do. Okay, just before I click the shrine, we have enemies. Yeah, we have done all the preparation we need. So let's just grab it. Just thinking through that we are in the correct place, that we have enemies.
It is
We
an
are
honor
healed
to
up.
serve you.
We're going to kill Duriel. Right. No need to stress. We have all the time in the world. And our damage looks like... Ooh, 5k max damage. This is it. No, okay, that was probably not as close as it was last time. But we're gonna do it again. 5k max damage in Act 2. Oh boy. That should be enough, even with 20% penalty, right? Because even if all of that was fire damage, we would still be able to deal 4k damage. Of course, that is the absolute max damage, so it's not very likely. But it is not all fire damage. At least a quarter should be physical damage. So yeah, actually, we probably still need a very high damage roll to kill him with this equipment. But I definitely think it's possible. Did I not get a ring somewhere? Did I already put it here? Did I sell it? Alright, it's gone. Do you have a shrine now? Yes, I did have a shrine. Oh, again, lucky skill shrine always on the cold plains. Yeah, so the 5k damage is with skill shrine active and 3 charges of Tiger Strike and everything. I think you can buy 3 socket armor already and out the perf into. Or put the perf into. Oh, yeah, so you're saying since I have 1 perfect gem, I could buy my armor now and upgrade the 6 dexterity to 10 strength. I like how you think. Yeah, I can definitely buy 3 socketed breastplates now. Oh, it's 5 already. I have to be on Llama's stream in 1 hour, and I... sorry. And I really feel like I need a break, take a break from my voice before I go on Llama's stream. But I mean, I just can't stop now. We're so close. We're so close. I can taste it. So, good idea. I lost the message. Dwinbar, good idea. Thank you. Does this mean we won't have Emilio? Yes, in an unfortunate turn of events, it looks like we'll have to leave Emilio at home for this challenge. That's some gold. It does look like my experience bar is moving a little bit, so you know. Right, that was scary. I can basically take no damage whatsoever. Get Might get Might Mercenary before, and yeah, I would do that, but you can't hire a Might Mercenary in Act 1. Or in normal, sorry. You need to be in Nightmare before you can hire Giga Chad Emilio. Alright, good run through. Not very many enemies we had to pass through, so this guy is gonna be a quick attempt. Definition of a glass cannon, yeah, for sure. It has inadvertently turned into a strength-only glass cannon. Oop, I spilled my drink almost. But saved it with my old man reflexes. Alright. One more for the road. 5k max damage. Come on, you stupid worm. That was the worst attempt so far, right? Oh, I forgot to put on the armor. I would put it on now, but I want the run speed for looking for shrines and stuff. Yeah, I forgot the new armor. I know. Okay, one more attempt. Still picking keys, huh? I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the damage tooltip with the new armor? Oh, nice, skill shrine. I would look, but since what I'm like, our benchmark is with a skill shrine, so it's hard to check. But I can try to remember to open the character screen before we put on the other armor. Classic Zarfen, yeah. Unfortunately, I agree. I should just stop saying I'll do that later, or like I swap this in when I need to, because I never remember it. Getting some good running practice in. We might be approaching that 10k run we talked about. It counts if it's in game, right? I was never worried.
Hello.
It is an honor to serve you.
So keep in mind, if now when we put on the new armor, we will be replacing 6 dexterity, which does help with base kick damage, with 10 strength, which is gonna help more. But it's not like the full power of going from 0 to 10 strength. Stony Field is not the waypoint. If you want Cloak of Shadows, you can always make Nadir. Yeah, I think I might have to end up making Nadir on an assassin for the Cloak of Shadows if we run into some really nasty part that we can't cross. The problem with Nadir, because I've considered that for other challenges, we did it! We freaking did it! Duriel killed in 1 hit. Oh man, what a feeling. What a feeling. Do 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 do. Oh man, level 27 assassin in hot pink armor. Oh no, was the stream lagging? No! No, the YouTube stream was lagging. I'm so sorry, guys. I hope the VOD isn't gonna lag. It was not on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube. What a perfectly untimed skip. Okay, someone saw it on YouTube, so you should be able to rewind. Oh, that feels so good. What a challenge. I haven't felt like this playing Diablo 2 in... Well, I do a lot of things that makes me excited, so I guess I haven't felt like this since we crafted a good throwing weapon for our crafting-only barbarian.
I shall track the
So what was that? Was it 3 attempts or 4 attempts Or was it 5 attempts with the one from last stream?
Good day.
Good defensive armor, maybe. Ooh, what a rush. I'm very sad that it seemed to have buffered at exactly the wrong time on YouTube. But some people on YouTube saw it, so you should be able to rewind if you want to see the kill. But of course a little bit anticlimactic. What, does it skip even if you rewind? No. Enough reason to sue YouTube. I'm going to war with Google over this. I worked 4 hours for this, and it doesn't show.
Greetings. You have
Well, if I knew how to do it, I would clip it on Twitch. Oh, several people have already clipped it. Can I paste this? If YouTube chat goes to... Oh, it skipped all the way from the problem with Nadir and then to clap, clap, clap. That was a long... Oh, nice, nice. Oh, wait, actually, I can show it. Oh, sorry, guys. I can show it on... I can show the clip on stream. I guess I should hide myself then, so you see the real life reaction. Take a look. It feels a little bit sped up, right? Yeah. Oh, 1.5. I guess I have been watching Twitch streams on 1.5 speed or something. So we did... very genuine reaction. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Well, I'm sorry that YouTube didn't get to experience it live. What a terrible, terrible moment for a stream hiccup. But there's proof, right? Oh man, what a beautiful end to the stream. You killed Duriel as fast as his charge attack killed me back in 1.0. Yeah, reverse 1.0 Duriel fight. I killed him before you guys could even load into the lair. Oh, thank you guys, thank you guys. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, that was definitely something
Good day
else.
to you, partner.
Well, thank you, Gameris DC, for the Twitch sub. One act boss per 2 streams. Yep. Welcome to my channel. I'm Zarfen. That's what I do. Reverse speedrun. Unidoku, you dog. Meth will be apple pie compared to Duriel. Actually, well, I'm not gonna push on further, but now that we have defeated the big evil bug, the next problem is Mephisto. He has 6k, just over 6k HP, so 50% more HP, But more importantly, he has 33% fire resistance compared to Duriel's 20. With that said, I will do some research before next stream. There should be some new gear options opening up. For example, let me just see what kind of gloves this girl sells. One thing, we will have access to lower Kurast.
Hello?
So before the next fight, we should definitely have 5 perfect amethysts working for us.
Good day.
Oh, she... Alright, I thought she might have been selling leather gloves, but I guess she doesn't. Let's put on progress gear for now. Okay, because the item level for Cap in this act should allow you to buy gloves with +1 martial arts. Though the question is if the base items are low enough quality level that the item level cap allows you to buy martial arts gloves. And I am afraid that they won't. But I should be able to get a lot more levels by grinding. And what it should be, I mean, we're level 27, so it should be very reasonable to grind to 30. And at level 30, we can upgrade our greaves, well, not these, the rare ones, to war boots. Ooh, does enchant work well with kicks? Act 3 merc charges can get you... Alright, well, elemental damage does help, but it doesn't do a lot, because it doesn't get multiplied by Tiger Strike. Lower resist charges is not going to be possible to buy from this place. Mephisto is going to lightning you before you can reach him. That is a very, very possible scenario. Like, I spawn in, I run at Mephisto, and like he throws one lightning, or actually I think his ice ball attack, like zoop, insta deletes me from the endurance. Maybe Phoenix Strike charges. Yeah, maybe. So you One Shot Duriel. Yes, we did. Actually, I want to watch that again. Let's do it one more time. Well, we can do it as I end the stream, I guess. For now, what were we saying? Yeah, for Mephisto, actually, what can we do? Yeah, 20 life potion from Alcar coming in clutch. Yeah, casual plus like 18% to your life pool. And also Lama Essence Tome for 5 more strength. A few more levels for higher skill levels. And you know what? It is in theory possible for Mephisto, since there are enemies spawning at Mephisto, so you could trick one of the vampires or whatever to Mephisto, kill them with a weapon that has 5% chance to cast amplify damage. So you could probably, in theory, curse Mephisto with amplify damage. So Mephisto next stream, hopefully TTD. Though that depends on how much we need to farm, because this stream started at Duriel, right? We only did farming this stream. But we have so we have lower Kurast for farming gems, runes, jewels for crafting, and we have better like we can farm higher level more efficiently now that areas are a little bit higher level. What else? Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll think about. I'll do some reading up and research between streams. But hope that there is something we can buy, like some power boost from a merchant we can buy. I really hope so. Because like we didn't have any rings and a very mediocre amulet, and those could add a lot of strength and or stats. Oh, did you do it? Worked called. Yeah, unfortunately, Barry, you missed it. But I'm gonna end stream soon, and I'll show the kill once again, because some lovely fella over on Twitch made sure to clip it, because actually the YouTube stream started buffering just when the kill happened, so almost all of YouTube seemed to have missed the kill, unfortunately. Live. Yeah, so boots are gonna be the big one, yeah. And we need to be level 30 to wear war boots that we upgrade, because they have an inherent level requirement of 25 on the account of being war boots. And then you need to, when you upgrade them, they get +5 level requirement. Very sweet, very sweet. Yes, I'm so excited. So let me show the kill one more time. And then I'll talk about when we'll continue. And once again, I'll turn off my webcam so you see my live reaction. It's so funny watching yourself like that. All right. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for today. I had a blast, an absolute blast today. Who knows, maybe my mood would not have been as good if we didn't kill Duriel. But that was awesome. So thank you everyone for hanging around. In 45 minutes I will join Mr. Lama SC on his channel for some Diablo 2 trivia, if you'd like to see more Zarfen. And otherwise, unless something goes wrong, I will continue this on Monday on the next stream. And I hope to see you then. I hope you have a really nice weekend, and yeah, have a good one.